Alright folks, welcome back. It is day 230. Konnichiwa. Minasan yokoso. I just got Mina today or yesterday. Oh, by the way, Drake, if you're still here, oh, totally forgot what I was gonna say. Dang it. It was something related to Tadaima. It was related to pairs. Oh, the pair counter, right? The pair counter you mentioned. That's a counter, right? And then Taco is twins, but is the character itself a pair counter? And one thing is interesting is do Japanese consider counting pets as pairs? Because it's interesting, but on the Chinese side of things, Shuang might. Oh no, there's a. Oh no, maybe it's not Shuang. Shuang might be. No, it's actually different. I think Shuang. Oh yeah, Shuang is pair too, but they use zhi as a counter. Like there's this thing about pets. Pets being in pairs. But I don't know, because I have a few counters already for describing specific pets, like counting animals, but I'm kind of curious. After you mentioned the twin thing, like what else comes in pairs? Like do dogs come in pairs? Inu? Inu and right, Neko. All right. Unit 56. Yesterday was a new vocab. Oh, this was kind of morbid. We kind of had fun yesterday with relationships. It kind of went south very quickly. Let's see what we remember. Start with that's a good start. We start by getting stuck on the first thing. Wait. Oh. That could be written a little better. Oh my gosh, dude. Not registering when I'm hovering. Oh, Lipa. Yume. Yume. According to Jisho, is indeed a counter for pairs. I've not encountered it being that way in context yet, so I can't speak too much of it. Oh, okay. Must be rare. To answer your other question, I'm only familiar with animals being counted using... I haven't seen that counter before. Interesting. Mine is... Mine is probably Niwa or birds, or wa. Sorry, not Niwa. Wa, Wa for birds. And oh no, I have encountered it. It's because I haven't gotten the kanji for it. Yeah. Hiki slash biki are the other one. Wa is the other one. It's wa and hiki and biki. That's it. Or hiki biki. Yeah, that is the one. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't gotten the kanji yet. But yes, looking at that. And then pairs, interesting. Yeah, I haven't encountered anything that was in pairs. Like even like when you talk about shoes and stuff, right? Shoes and clothing, like earrings and stuff. I ended up not using so. Oh, interesting. Hmm. You know, like a pair of shoes. On the Chinese side of things, there's a lot of like counters that already differentiated between the clothing things. So it was a curious thought. Um. Um. On. Oh, right. I think I'm warmed up by now. uh. Hmm. Dokushin. Dokushin. Oh, I went a little too far down. Fine. Kekon. 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 I think probably one of the few cases you've encountered is in games. For example, is a twin blade. Oh, or dual swords, however you want to look at it. Ah. Does it happen to be Monster Hunter? Kidding, kidding. But twin blades, I could see it come up in Monster Hunter. Kekon. Hmm. Uh. Okay. Recon. Recon. Uh, 別れる。別れる。死ぬ。なく、なくなる。なくなる。It got dark. This unit got dark. Okay. Wakai. 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 Aka-chan. Oops. Umareru. Umareru. Hmm. Otoko. Onna. No hito. No ko. Kata. I can't remember specifically. I think perhaps even Final Fantasy XIV, they have a role called Viper. Oh, that uses dual swords. Also, one of the political parties in the game uses it in their name. Oh, I see. Fair enough. Fair enough. That does sound like a very edgy name. Kata. Mina. Mina. Oh, that's so big. Hang on. Wait. Mina. You know, what is it? Oze. Oze. Kareshi. Kanojo. I also remember a random one. There are definitely more. I still remember Donata. 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 I think. I think there might have been two other things. However, they're in the lessons. Yeah, I think that's everything from Unit 56. Unit 55. What was Unit 55? Not travel. Not days. Not food. Weather? No, not weather. I have no idea. Oh, common items. Shop for common items. Okay. Kaban. Uh-oh. Nimotsu. Aifu. No. Wrong article. Ude. I don't think writing will ever be as fast as typing. When it comes to this, at least for me personally, I don't imagine myself ever writing faster than typing. It's so disproportionately more pragmatic. If you're considering speed. Now, when it comes to like remembering things, I would probably be a contrarian in this case. Okay. Yeah, doke. Ude doke. Common items, you say? I think we're done with common items. Yeah. Now we got random, like, utility stuff. Hoka. Hoka. Iroiro. Konna. Hmm. Kote. Aisetsu. Motsu. Dasu. Ireru. Ageru. Murao. Chigao. Chigao. Onaji. Karui. Omoi. Oops. Jobu. Jobu. Hmm. I think that's it. Yeah. That's pretty good. Not bad. Double check quickly. Kaban. Kaban. Uh. Wakai. Wakai. Uh. Uh. Ude. And. Okay. Ude doke. Daifu. Oka. 重い、軽い、丈夫、大切、違う、同じ、荷物、荷物。This is いろいろ。荷物。Ep? Oh, sorry, that's 荷物。Wait, which one am I missing? Oh, no, that's 荷物. I'm getting it confused with wakai from here, which is using the top crown. The crown is the same. Okay. So, 立派。男。男の人。男の子。皆さん。みんなの。Wait. I'll have to hold off on that. All the on on that character is not here. Recon Yume Wakai. Oh no, it's right here. Just kidding. It's right there. It's just really dense and hard to spot. Dokshin. Areshi. Kata. Onna no hito. Onna no ko and akachan. Okay. We're good. Piece of cake. 7 lessons. Let's go collect some new things.
立派ですね。
立派ですね。
ですね。
立派。
立派。
彼女は立派です。
彼女は立派です。She is absolutely magnificent or splendid. Which one? Either? They wanted splendid? Whatever.
立派。
立派ですね。
どなたですか？
どなたですか？
どなた？
Yeah, どなたですか？ Who is it? Super. Why not both? I don't know. You know? She is magnificent and splendid. Or magnificent splendid, you know? Both. You don't even need an and. It means all of the above. 立派。
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 こちらの方はどなたですか？
こちらららな。
こちらの方はどなたですか？
こちらの方 方はどなた
どな
ですか
ですか？
What do you think about donata? Donata, I was informed yesterday by someone. I'm not sure if you were here. No. I was informed by someone else. This is an even. It's a polite, like a. It's an even more. It's like a polite thing, as opposed to like dare. I am a woman, you know. Oh, okay. Yeah, instead of dare, they're introducing donata, and then kita, no, kata, which is polite for person too, as opposed to hito. So they're like introducing more things for politeness, or at least that was my impression.
女
onna desho?
でよ
あの方は彼女のおじいさんです。
あの方はね。
あの方は彼女のおじいさんです。
彼女おじいさんです。Oh, here's one.
呼び
Yobi. So to call, I need to remember to call. It's not on the list. Maybe it's like this. That kind of looks like it. You don't frequently see donato, but I do see donata, but I do see kata for a person quite a bit. Oh, okay. So I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, donata. Yeah, so we gotta remember yobi. Yobu? Yeah, so yobu is another predicate not listed. Yobu. Do you like is there something that you like between like to and ta on your keyboard or something? Like what I mean is it's interesting. Like I do that with actually, oh, I do that with D and T sometimes. But wait, where's A and O? Yeah. Yeah, I do that with D and T's sometimes.
あの方は彼女のおじいさんです。
あの方はじいさん。Oh, おじいさんです。
おじいさんです。
Wait.
あの方は彼女のおじいさんです。
彼女のじいさんです。おじいさん。Just a glitch in your head. I do the same when typing English. I do the same, yeah. I'm trying to think of which ones I do for English. It's funny, isn't it, though? I think it's like I don't mind it. I think it's pretty funny when you have those type of idiosyncrasies.
あの方は彼女のおじいさんです。
Sometimes it could be a mechanical thing, like maybe your keyboard is doing something, or maybe the location of something. Kind of fun to figure out if there is something to it. So, あの方は彼女のおじいさんです。And I guess they defaulted to using kana. Americaは人? America 人です。Okay. I don't know why that's
立派3月墨100
新聞 It's a bit of a strange experience. I often wonder how I can butcher certain words or sentences so badly sometimes. It may have to do with trying to type while also processing what the other person is saying as well. Yeah, I've done the thing where I actually did it multiple times on Duolingo when I'm speaking and stuff, where if I'm trying to process the next thing, the current thing I'm doing ends up moving to the next thing. So in mid sentence or something. Like and then when you're typing, it can, you know, be somewhat of a similar experience. When you're typing and you have an idea in your head, and then suddenly you start typing the current idea in your head as opposed to finishing off what you were originally typing. That's happened before. Nowadays, though, I don't have the opportunity. Actually, no. I lied. I have the opportunity. I type monologues in the Discord all the time, so. And it goes with aggressive editing afterwards.
スープ
北、
人、
人、レモン、
レモン、
西、
西。I am a woman. 女です。
女です。女ですよ。
女ですよ。Obviously I'm trying to contextualize this, but it's pretty funny.
あの
あの方
方
は彼女のおじいさんです。
かのおじいです。
Yeah, or sometimes I'm thinking about phrasing something two different ways and it ends up being an ungrammatical version of both ways. Yeah, understandable. Together in a incoherent way. Or oh, here's one where you start a sentence, right? You said like I want to something, right? But you took a while to figure out, oh, what am I going to type next? And then you decide to write want to again. Or something like that. Or like this is a personal one that I do a lot. When you laugh first, so you read someone's comment, right? And then you laugh. You're like LOL, right? LOL. Like haha, and then I'm like, oh, this is also like something, and then it took you so long, or it took me so long to finish the idea. At the end of the sentence, I put LOL too. Because like I laughed reading the thing. I was responding to something that was funny. And I was still reading and trying to respond to the thing. So I laughed when I first read it. And then when I was finishing the idea, I still laughed when I read it. So then my sentences get flanked with LOLs. I'm like, okay. Those are the things that I definitely noticed. It for absolutely certain that if I took too long to decide how to express myself like while typing, I sometimes forget what's in the beginning of the sentence. And I think it's more of an English thing. I'm not sure if you can get away with Japanese, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm not sure if you can say like, I want to go to want to do something or something like that. Like I want to go to want to do something because I've already forgotten that I already said I want to go, and then it just pops up again. I'm like, oh, right. I have two separate sentences here. I want to go somewhere, and then I want to do something, right? And then I'm like, oh wait, did I already type to go? That happens. Funny, like no stranger, deep in thought. Sometimes though it can be funny where like, yo, that raccoon, right? Like something like that raccoon looks. This is awesome. or this is cute. Where like I wanted to say that raccoon looks cute. This like that raccoon, that raccoon looks cute. But then I was like, oh, I could just say this is cute, and then it becomes that raccoon looks this is cute. Like, okay, now that's probably what you described about like when you're thinking about two different ways of saying something, and then it ends up being like a combination of the two, and it just runs together. I'm like, okay.
どなた
Donata
です
か
I am British. Fake news. Sorry, not British.
イギリス
Igirisu
人
Jin. Yes, I don't know why
This.
this is here. Relations. Practice. Igirisu.
皆さん
Minasan.
皆さん
人が少しいます。
What? Wait.
人が少しいます。
What?
人
人が少しいま
い
す。
ます。
Okay. みんな。Wait.
みんな
Oh, this is Mina? Oh, I thought it was Mina. Oh no. Wait. I made a mistake. Wait. Hold up. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, I thought it was Mina. No, Mina. Wait, hold on. Is there another form? Oh no, there is another form. It's both Mina and Mina as a standalone. Interesting.
少し高いです。
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 We're good. 男。
男
There is a woman. Oh, really? Is there now?
女
女人
人
います
います
あいます皆さん
皆さん男立派
Wait. Was this? No, this isn't. This is, 通ります。
通ります
Like soba. そばを通ります。Or is it そばに通ります。そばに No. Can't even get it. Hold up. Soba. Okay, it's fine.
皆さん
皆さん。Wait. Kaburimasu?
かぶります
Okay. We gotta add this. Oh. Wait. What? Wait. How was this used? I don't remember how this was used. Urimasu. Oh. Oh. No, wait. I know. I know. I was trying to think of which unit Kaburimasu was in. Oh, it's for Kabam. Not Kabam. Boshi. Kaburimasu was for Boshi. Like where did we have Kaburimasu?
女の人、
女の人。女の人。
色、
スプーン。
同じ、
来た。
Okay.
何人皆さん
皆さん
立派
全部
全部
全部全部
男
彼らはみんな男の人です。
彼らは heard と男 something
彼らはみんな男の人です。
みんな
みんな男です。
みんなの人 wait
人の彼らはみんな男の人です。
男の人です
男の人
男の人
スプーン
半分、
銀行
銀行
人
この子供たちは少しうるさいです。
この子供たちは少しうるさいです。彼らは it's so uncharacteristic to use to get used to using pronouns like phrases that link with pronouns. It's like they. Do I need they? I mean, okay. 彼らは男の人
です
wait. Oh, みんな男の人です。Case in point. 皆さんは女の人です。
みなさん
No? Oh. You don't need. Oh, 皆さん Oh, that's interesting. 皆さん Huh.
女のです
Interesting. 皆さん女の人です。
彼は
男です。男の人です。What do you want from me? Oh. Are you serious? This is the only male thing.
男性
男性で。
です
What the heck? Oh my gosh. Okay, 男性. Alright, we definitely don't have that. Did I have that yesterday? Danse. It might take a generative no. Sometimes. Okay. Danse. Yeah, I don't know if I seen it yesterday. It might not be the first time. I might have seen it yesterday. So what? I have two things now. I have danse. What was the other one? It was a predicate. Don't remember. Wait. No. I was gonna use your comments as a refresher. What was the other? I don't remember the predicate already. Okay. 彼らはね No? Really? 彼女たち man, that sounds redundant. 彼女たちは女の人です。No, just kidding.
みんな
Whoa. Are you telling me
彼女
that's so redundant? That can't be what that's looking for, right? Oh no. Just kidding. They all No, like what? Wait.
みんな
Maybe this? They're all women, so I need okay. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Kind of redundant. Don't remember the predicate.
男です。
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 呼びません
Yobimatsu. Oh, it's Yobi. Yobu. Yobu is it? Yobu. What was that sense? I know, right? It's Yobu. So wait. We have a character that I didn't recognize. And I continue. Danse. Okay, it's a modified se. Okay. Danse. And then we have Yobu. Okay.
呼びません
男ですよ。
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 呼びました。
呼びました
タクシーを呼んでください。タクシ
タクシーを呼んで、
ー呼
oh,
んでください。
oh, that's and suddenly Tay form. Suddenly, what was it? Boo? Yeah. Okay. Okay. 呼んで。Yeah, 呼ぶ。呼んで。
女の子
女の子が
がい
います。
ます。
女の子がいます。
先生を呼んでください。先生
先生
を
を呼んでください。
呼んでください。
I swear I don't remember this from yesterday. Duolingo check. I swear I don't remember this from yesterday.
男、
男、
立派、皆さん、呼びました。
呼びます。We did yap a lot yesterday, so
男の子がいます。
that could be my problem. 男の子がいます。There is a boy. Okay, I must have blanked it out of my memory or something.
先生、
先生、先生、先生、
読んで
呼んで
おください。
Really? Oh. Just kidding. I was gonna put it here and I'm like, wait a minute. Can I? No, I
男の子が大勢います。
can't. I can't do that. I was like, wait a minute. Can I do this? Clearly I can. 男の子が、大勢います。
西、誕生日、東、男の子、
同じ。
同じ、
大勢の人がいます。
大勢の人がいます。Interesting. 大勢 with a no generative, no. Okay. I am a man with a constant sorrow. I am a man of constant sorrow. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics. Actually, have any of you watched Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
私
Coen Brothers.
は
私は私は男性
男性
で
ですす。
女の子がいます。
女の子がいます。You haven't seen it? Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou? It's quite a nice, lovely. It's arguably Coen Brothers' peak. Although I do like many of the Coen Brother films. Still remember how viral and well celebrated Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? When it came out.
女の人、
女の人。
花、
な
女の子、半分、
男の人。Which way are we gonna go? 大勢の男の人がいます。Maybe.
大勢
大勢
の
の
男。
Nope.
の
It's all on the second 男の人が大勢います。Because they didn't heckin' give me two. Okay. It's fine.
先生
先生を呼んで
読んでください。
Okay.
私は大人ですよ。
私は something don't I heard. Oh, wait.
呼んでで
呼んです
す
よ
よ。私は大人ですよ。
Just kidding.
です。
Wait.
私は大人ですよ。 私は大人ですよ。私は大人ですよ。大人
Oh, right, adult.
です。
Oh, I totally forgot about Otona. Okay, so now we have. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so now we have three things, right? Otona. Okay, so what is it? We have Otona. Yobu. And Danse. Danse. Okay. We have three things that we're missing. Okay, alright, fine.
彼は大人です。
あれは大人です。Right. Oh, right? Yes. Oh. 大人。彼は大人です。Says no one. I'm just kidding.
結婚しています。
結婚式。Wait, 結婚で、no, 結婚しています。
結婚しています。
Yeah, 結婚。Oh, right. We can use 結婚する。Short.
結婚
Right. 結婚
し
してて
い
いま。
ますす。
結婚しています。
結婚しています。
A form. Progressive. Present progressive. A form. Of する。有名。
有名。
この女の子たちは有名です。
I wasn't paying attention.
この女の子たちは有名です。この
what? Oh,
女の子
女の子
は
something.
この女の子たちは有名です。
たちは。
たち
Really? この女の子たちは有名です。
有です。
You got a pigeonhole in it somewhere, huh? No? Somewhere. The girls are. Oh, these girls are famous. Yeah, I gotta blow my nose. Okay. 結婚。
結婚。
結婚。彼は結婚していますか？ Interesting. 若い。
若い。結婚。若い。呼びました。立派。
有名。I'm still young, you know? Nah, I don't say that very well. 僕は若いでしょ。
ですよ。
まだ、oh, still.
まだ。
sorry, not まだ。僕はまだ若いでしょ。It's allocated to junior though. Fine. Poetic. I know.
立派。若い。有名。結婚。
男。
あの
どんなの人たち。 I guess. 女の人たちは、女の人は有名です。I saw Tachi and I'm like, no?
女
女. Did I say donna? 女の人. I'm kind of curious. Wait, what did you?
ほ
I'm kind of curious if you could get away with this.
うは
What?
有です
Oh, you do need what? Oh, you do what? I'm gonna try this out though. Did I say donut? I'm gonna try this out. I'm kind of curious if they're gonna flag me or not. Okay, they did flag me. It was worth a try. I was kind of curious.
人
So,女の子。
女の子
お金、
スプーン
結婚、
この
この女の子は女の子たち女の子たちは
有名です。
That answer would have been correct without a tachi, I think. Oh, let's try that. Oh, so you don't need tachi because... Oh, because it might be... It's already standing for multiple people. Like, the inclusion of people. I'll have to try it. It's gonna come back. So let's see if it accepts it.
ボール
男の子、
人
Dang it. 大人。
大人、
時計。
時計
この男の子はまだ若いです
You don't need tachi in general? Yeah, I know. But if you omit it, you get marked wrong. Okay, human being? I know. Their point is to include it every once in a while, you know? It's just useful to have, yeah. Oh no. Also that weird sentence, right? I looked it up and katatachi is pretty rare. Okay. Katatachi. Okay. Kono, let's try it out. We gotta try it out. For science. この男の子はまだ若いです。Okay. This boy.
あの男の人はまだ若いです。
あの男の人はまだ若いです。They're talking about the groom, okay? Okay, so
の
let's say 女の
方
I don't know what the reading for whole is yet for this character.
は
有名
です
Let's find out. Aw, no, they don't want it. They're like, to heck with you.
の
To heck with you. Okay. Wait, did I mess up? Wait, we gotta make sure. Did I mess up? No, I didn't. Okay.
女
女の人た
た
ち
ちは
Oh wait,
有名
did I forget wa? Hold up. Let's do it again. I might have forgotten
人
wa actually.
方
Oh no, I
This.
might have forgotten des. Okay, they don't want it. They're like, to heck with you. Oh no, wait, I put tachi back. Oh no. Okay, hold up. I put tachi back.
あの
No.
のの
Wait. No, hang on. Shh.
おんの
女の
ほうは
what?
有名で
This.
す。
Okay, they don't want it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's a trick. It can be both. Oh, and kata, Japanese biggest joke. Yeah, I know, right? It can be both.
あの
Alright, we tried everything. It's fine.
女
女の人たち
たちは
は有名で。
です。
It's fine. We tested. That's all that matters, you know?
赤ちゃんは可愛いです。
赤ちゃんは可愛いです。
赤ちゃんは美味しいです。美味しい、可愛い。
Sorry, that was not intentional. Oh man, that's a baby joke right there. Oh boy. That is that almost feels like a dead baby joke. Sorry, old hat. Akachan wa oishii desu. Oh my gosh. That was very unintentional.
なくなります。
Nakunarimasu. Oh no. It was followed by nakunarimasu.
なくなります。なくなります。
I promise that was unintentional.
その鳥は死にません。その
Sono tori. Maybe I done it subconsciously. I don't know. Sono. Oh wait.
その鳥は死にません。
Tori wa. Sono tori.
鳥は
Oh yeah. This is random too. Sono tori. Tori wa. What did they go with? Shini. Shinimasen.
死に
Shini.
ません。その鳥は死にません。
That bird will not die.
なくなりません。
Nakurimasen.
なくな
Okay. Otoko? Otoko?
子供
Kodomo. Why am I saying otoko? Kodomo. Kodomo ga umarimashita. No, umaremashita. 子供が
生まれ
生まれました。
また
I'm still recovering. 離婚。
離婚。
その女の人は1000年前に亡くなりました。
That was something. Oh, wait.
その女の人は1000年前に亡くなりました。
Okay.
その
Oops.
の
その
女
女の人。
その女の人は1000年前に亡くなりました。
千
1000
年前
に
亡くなりました。
亡くなりましたはその女の人は1000年前に亡くなりました。
その女の人は1000年前に亡くなりました。
その女の人は1000年前に亡くなりました。
死にます。
死にます。
子供が生まれました。
子供が生まれました。子供が生まれました。My child was born in 1600. Okay.
なくなりません。
せん。なくなりません。
若い。
若い。
離婚。死にました。
た。
呼び
ました。Oh, wait, what do we have? We have... Right. Right. Yo, boo. That's awful looking. That's fine. 男性。Oops. Oh no. Wait. Wait. Oh no. What was the other one? I don't remember. Oh, this is... They're so far apart.
北、
花、
色、
色、
スプーン、
離婚、
離婚、
なくなりません。
なくなりません。
離婚。男。
男。
皆さん。
死にました。の
同
同
じ、
じ
花、赤ちゃん、
赤ちゃん、
ボール、
ボール、結
結婚、
婚。No, still no reminder. 先月は彼とWait, he got divorced. 先月彼は別れました。No, wait. Oh. しましたとする Oh, right. So, 離婚しました。離婚する。
彼
彼は、
は先月、
先月彼は
したた、し、離婚しました。
Oh, I guess you could place it in here. Yeah, sure. True.
1600
Look at this. Look at this. What is this? Wait. You know what? I have to know if this is acceptable. I have to know if this is acceptable.
1600
千票. Wait.
1600
1600. Yeah. 1600.
1600
Do we have 1600 here? Am I a pep or am I having a problem? Oh, maybe it's... Oh, what? Wait, I was just kidding. Wait. I was kidding.
1600年
1600年
の
1600
大勢
大勢の
人
大勢の人
が
が大勢の人が亡くなりました。
亡くなりました。
I was kidding. I was gonna write I was looking for 1600. I was kidding about this. Okay. You're making nice boots? You're happy? Ooh, what kind of boots? Did you go with what kind of boots? I'm thinking red cowboy boots though. You know, like boots made for walking. Sorry, I had to pigeonhole that reference in. You know, these boots are made for walking. Okay. He died 400 years ago. Okay.
彼
彼は400円400年400年に死に I have both!
亡くなり
亡くなりました or died 死にました Oh, right 前に ago fancy dress boots. Alright. Styling them after Nueveletti? I have no idea what that is, actually. Specifically because it's all I see in Genshin. They're a pretty blue. Oh, those kind of boots. When you mention Genshin, say no more. Yes, Miney. That bird will not die.
鳥
Okay.
鳥
その
鳥
は死にません。
死にま
That animation. New Valet. Yeah. I think there's a pronunciation for L-E-T-T-E too. But I get what you mean.
その鳥は死にません。
Actually, it might actually be. Yeah, I don't think there's a I don't think us exists in French. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe that is. I don't. Wait, what is this person saying in English? Oh no, just kidding. Huh. Interesting character.
その鳥は死にません。
その鳥は死にません。
死にません。
なくなりません。
なくりません。なくりなりません。なくなりません。
なくなり
去年赤ちゃんが生まれました。
去年赤ちゃん
去年赤ちゃんが
birth. Got birth. 生まれました。
生まれました。
死にます。
ます。
死にます。
Might be Velet. Just say it with a very pompous. No, I'm just kidding. Now I'm being facetious. Just say it with a really heavy, you know, as hoity-toity as you can. You know, hoity-toity. Interesting. French character. Trying to make me think that you have a thing for... I don't know anything about the Genshin Impact roster anymore, so don't at me. 死にます。
死にます。
Okay, 亡くなりました。亡くなりました。その人、その方その方は亡くなりました。
その方は亡くなりました。
You just don't know which one they're looking for, man. 離婚。I still didn't figure out which one I'm missing.
離婚。7月に離婚しました。
7月に離婚しました。That got. 死にません。
死にません。
Extra small text.
子供が生まれました。
子供が生まれました。And the circle of life. No, I'm just kidding. When I think of my child is born, I think of the Lion King scene when Rafiki like raises Simba on Pride Rock. My child was born. Sorry. You have a preference for the fancy Genshin men? You understand when you see his design? I did see his design. That's what I meant by fancy. I looked it up just now, like a bit back when you mentioned it. Fancy. Matches your color scheme too. You have a predilection for a specific color scheme. At least the stuff that you've drawn and stuff goes towards that, like, kind of like gravitates towards that temperature and mix. Very fancy.
離婚。
半分。スープ。
女の人。
女の人。ボール。
亡くなります。
離婚。男。死にました。亡くなりま
せん。亡くなりません。
結婚。
離婚。
離婚。Oh, I know what it is now. It's this. Okay. Otona. Okay, Otona. So we have Otona. Otona. Right. Yobu. Right, and and danse. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, fancy. I'm thinking of like other characters that would kind of like meet that meet that type of style. I'll have to think about even more.
時計
Toke. Toke. Okay.
赤ちゃん
大人
大人呼びました若い
死にました離婚
離婚
なくなりません
なくなりません
その
They really want that bird to die その鳥は死にません
死にますん
Oh. Oh, whoops. I picked the wrong one.
1600
1600年
年
1600年 Which order was what did they want? They wanted in the other
大勢
大勢の人が Okay 大勢の人が亡くなりました
なくなりました
彼は400前に亡くなりました。or 死にました。はい、死にました。Sure。
4、10月。
あ
10月、
100年。400年前に死にました。Okay. Second,
そ
bird
の鳥
は死にません。
死にません
I think having vector lines is your favorite new thing. Is your vector line like super bold and like crisp? I think you can do that freehand as well. Find your in my opinion like you got to pick up some classic liners. Do you have a classic liner yet? I have like 2 classic liners. I don't know what program you're using right now, but man, a G pen is fantastic. And then a hard liner. If you have a hard liner that's like the profile is a circle, and then a G pen where it's more like this. And instead of like a cylinder, right? A hard liner with this and a G pen like thing. Oof. Gets you that vector look, but with freehand, it allows you like do a freehand thing, right? As opposed to vectoring. I did a bit of vectoring today, or a circle and a triangle. One set of vectors.
彼女は独身ですか？
彼女
は独身ですか？
独身ですか？彼女は独身ですか？
独身
or not 独身で
ですす
か？
か？
彼女は独身ですか？
別れました
別れました。
別れました
独身です
独身です。
独身です
独身ですか
独身です。独身ですか？別れまし、別れます。別れます。
別れま、
彼氏が2人います。
You love your G pen, even freehand. My G pen lines are sketchy, but I'm trying to work on that with this set of Inktober prompts. Understandable. I feel like G pen is probably I didn't believe people when I said like, oh yeah, you know, I keep hearing like, oh, you need a good G pen, you need a good G pen to get like your ink, you know, like your inking done, like your solid, nice vector like inking done. And I'm like, I was for a while I was using like this just straight flat cylinder one, and I'm like, oh, I totally get it now. It feels great when you can get like the taper. You can probably still get the same tapering effect kind of with vectoring, but vectoring turns out to end up being like too cylindery sometimes. It's nice when it's like a complete round, like it ends where it starts, I think. But man, there's something about inking with like a taper. You can really appreciate someone like inking and it trails off. This doesn't. This like plugin doesn't have any like taper to it. So smooth.
彼氏が2人います。
I like watching the time lapse of inking people. You know how like they don't color anything and then their ink is just like and then you just have like 8 billion grids and they're all like perfectly parallel to each other. And I'm like, wow, imagine trying to vector that. I would probably use like a pattern, a pattern vector or something, where they would draw like 100 lines across and they would be like, it'd be like watching like what do you call those, like the topical maps, like topographical maps, it constantly lined up. I was like, yeah dude, yeah, you've modified your output on your tablet pen to make it trail. Oh, okay, I see.
彼氏が2人います。
kareshi, like mangaka that does a lot of inking, like the late I think both these mangaka passed away recently. Actually, I think what's his name? Oh no, he passed away a while ago. Like Takehiko Inoue is pretty big on like lots and lots of inking. His vagabond manga series for sure. And then we have like obviously the more recent Kentaro Miura. Miura did like the Berserk manga. Incredible amount of inking. Which a lot of times those things nowadays, especially in the digital world, vector is like another approach to doing that stuff. There was a recent Netflix series, Netflix commissioned Junji Ito animation. Junji Ito is still around. The animation, the anime is completely black and white, and it has tons of vector-aided animation, largely due to the nature that most of Junji Ito's like Uzumaki series has like tons of like spirals. Uzumaki is a spiral, so like but like doing that and then having it animate, that's absurd. Like imagine having like spirals and lots of parallel patterns, and then having you to animate it without the aid of vectors. Like, oh my gosh, dude. Junji Ito series is so good. Dude, his like the artwork itself is like astoundingly creepy and whatnot, but at the same time, if you look at the artwork, it's impeccable. Like the way doing those lines are absurd. Like the way he has to create each of those panels. Like I wouldn't want it. I mean, Uzumaki alone doing spirals on everything is kind of wild. I think I did one prompt last year that had like a spiral-esque aesthetic to it. So there's lots of like imagery with like spiraling, like this type of, right, like this type of pattern, like wind patterns, right? This is often like a wind pattern, and doing this over like nicely like around a prompt, ugh. And Junji Ito has like this stuff all over his work. Like I'm like I need some vector assistance. Give me a vector tool that can do this so I don't have to do this by hand. I mean, I have trouble drawing like swirls in general. Anyways. Or let's think about another cultural thing. Hindu? Or it might be Pakistani. The thing where they do like, you know, the tapestry stuff, like where they start with like it's like very harmonious and then it builds out from the middle, and then they do it in sand. I don't remember if it's either, I want to say it's somewhere in this region where they like build out. Oh my gosh, now that's precision. And they do it on a regular basis. It's really fun to try. I think I tried a couple times to do like repetitious things, like a snowflake. No, not that type of snowflake. If you try to do like a snowflake, a lattice, for example. If you try to draw a lattice, right? You do like this, this, then you like go back around and you do like this, right? And then you do it like 8 billion times over, like 8,000 times across the across the screen or something. That stuff takes work, and the moment I think about it is vector. You vector one and it just repeat. That's kind of what I did today with like the bamboo shoots. Right, I took this and I copy paste, and I copied, mirrored, and then changed its properties so that it doesn't look the same. That's kind of what, that's why having even rasterized or like digital artwork, it's hard. It makes you, in my opinion, appreciate those individuals who actually do it by hand. Like, ugh, painstaking. At least in my opinion.
彼氏が2人います。
Imagine optimizing code, Sub-Zero, you know, optimizing code. That's painstaking too. Like, oh yeah, you know, what's the lazy way out? The lazy way out is to get your hardware, you know, power it through with powerful hardware, you know, as opposed to optimizing code.
彼氏が2人います。彼氏
がいます？
います。彼氏が2人います。
Oh, 2人。
2人。
Wait, excuse me?
彼氏が2人います。
Okay. Alright. Alright, Duolingo. What are you saying here? Why are you saying there are two boyfriends?
彼氏が2人います。
I guess they're giving a reason for... I have two boyfriends. Alright.
彼はまだ独身です。
No. It might mean two friends who happens to be boys. You know, not enough context. Not enough context. But we did get the word. We did get the word for divorce though. Or, I mean, the boyfriend. Maybe not so much, but man. Stop looking around. 彼はまだ独身です。はい。Okay. 彼女はいますか？
彼女はいますか？
週末、彼は彼女とデートしました。
週末、彼女とデートしました。
彼女とデートしましたは彼
That seems reasonable.
週末、彼は彼女とデートしました。
Okay. 去年は or I guess 去年のは or 去年彼女と別れました。
去年彼女と
別れました。
別れた。
彼氏
独身なくなりません。
なくなりません。別れません。
死にました。彼女はいません。
彼女はいます。
有名独身別れません。別れます。彼氏明日私たちはデートに行きます。
明日私たちはデートに行きます。私たちはデートに。You know, here's the thing. While we're on the topic of relationships, it's kind of weird. Okay, hear me out here. Hear me out. It might just be me, or it might be me. I think this is something that I've struggled with for a while. When people talk about dates, right? Or even like to go out or hang out. And I know I'm gonna sound a little weird. I think I've been told I'm a little weird all the time about this. Or how it's not weird. Whenever I think about dates or going out, my thought is, yeah, if we go out, it's like, let's find out all the ways to have fun. Find out all the ways to have fun, right? Fun. Or when you like ask someone to go out on a date, it's like your goal is to find a way to have fun or find a way to enjoy things together, right? However, whenever I think about this, is like I don't get when did it suddenly become something you're afraid of? So what I mean by that is, I think ever since I was like an adolescent, right? Yes, I know. That was over 2 decades ago. But I'm practically a fetus, according to Arlo. I don't think I've ever thought of it in a thing that I'm afraid of. As in, for example, oh, what if they say no? What if they say no? Right? What if they say no? I'm like, well, I mean, I guess I'll just find another person to have fun, right? It's like a positive thing, as in, what I mean is, I haven't ever really thought of it. I have a problem processing it as a loss in something you don't have yet. I think that's one of the things that, when it comes to relationships, I had a really hard time understanding that, because so many times, you know, I had some classmates and whatnot, when they talk about like, oh, you know what, it would take them like weeks or months to work up the communication skills to go up to someone and ask them like, hey, do you want to hang out, or do you want to go steady or something? And my only thought is, well, you don't have the person yet. Like what I mean is, you don't know the person yet. You didn't meet the person yet. You haven't gone on a date. Like, you have nothing. You have, in my opinion, nothing to lose and all to gain. Now, the thing here is, it's called, as an adolescent, I couldn't really process the idea of having something as a parasocial relationship, which is super common now as a parasocial relationship. And that is what we have now. The internet parasocial relationship is very much like having a crush. Like a dream. Like something that is not real yet. It's not real yet. What I mean is, it's not tangible yet in both perspectives. However, it's something that is very real. And I had oftentimes, even to this day, I have a very hard time like being sympathetic or empathetic in this situation. Like when someone says something like, oh, I could have won $20,000 and became a pro gamer. And I'm like, well, you wouldn't know that yet. It's not what you could have done. It's what may happen. So you go there. If it didn't happen, then you didn't gain something. You didn't lose something you didn't already have. So it's not like a loss of something. And that was when I realized that I had an empathy issue. Like, I had a really big empathy issue. So people would cry about something that hasn't happened yet, so they avoid it. So it became an avoidant behavior. And that's where we're now bringing it up to closer, you know, to today's date, right? Avoidant behavior is strongly associated with very heavy parasocial relationships. So when you're like studying Japanese at a distance, right? You don't interact with other Japanese language learners. You don't wait. You always wait for the opportune moment. So what happens? You finally get a chance to bump into a native Japanese speaker, and you get all nervous. You get nervous. Things don't happen the way it happens. You thought you were prepared for it, and it seems like you're going to lose an opportunity or lose something that you already felt like you have, like pride, arrogance, and stuff, right? And my thought was, this is an opportunity. You have all to gain. You shouldn't be nervous about anything. Anything you do is more than what you started with. This person is a gift. it's a potential gift. Like it's a potential privilege. It's not a sense of entitlement. Which I know it's not seen as entitlement, but the idea is, oh, I should have been this good because I prepared myself for this, or this should have happened. Now I feel bad. I'm like, you wouldn't know until it happens. You never got those things. You dreamt of those things. You planned and plotted those things, right? Those things didn't happen yet. And that came to mind when I started thinking about how this relates to the whole language learning and the relationship statuses. Oh, they're cozy. Yeah. That's it. The fetus in me. The fetus in me. That's what I think about a lot of times. Like, you broke up with your boyfriend last week. That's loss. I totally get when you lose something after it's conditioned. However, approaching someone at the chance or opportunity of something, those opportunities don't have tangible things until it actually happens. So that's where the parasocial relationship stuff comes in. Like, oh yeah, I would have been a superstar if I had none of these disadvantages. It's like, well, you wouldn't know. Even if you had those advantages, you wouldn't know if you failed as a superstar. It's very difficult to accumulate that. It's it's like getting an offer or counting your chickens before they hatch. It's understandable if you had something and you lost it. Now, I still sound a little bit cold here because I'm trying to project what I used to. You never know unless you plan it. No, you never know until you do it, is what I'm saying here. Or at least my younger self would say it. You would never know because planning it doesn't mean doing it. Planning means that it might happen. So you never know until you do it. I know you came in like in the tail end of this, Cozy. I actually started with the planning thing. So the idea of this thing, like breaking up or asking a person on a date, and they become like super nervous, right? Nervous. They could plan out their entire life together, hypothetically, in a parasocial relationship. And the more you plan out the hypothetical parasocial relationship, the greater and greater that the asking part, the doing part, would not happen. Much like language learning. When someone reads more and more about how much they need to learn, they are less and less likely, usually, on like, we're generalizing here a little bit, they are less and less likely to do the thing because more and more planning happens, right? You plan more things. Oh yeah, I should plan when I get to JLPT1. Meanwhile, they haven't started. See myself out of the conversation. However, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I feel that way now. I try not to be like that now. I'm describing my younger self. I would say anywhere between the ages of 16 and 18. I was that kid that was so confused. I feel the tag your Chinese. No. So here's the thing, right? I had classmates. A little shorter story. I had classmates who, like, I sit around and they would talk about all the plans that they had to like woo a girl, like woo someone, right? And that's really cute. Like, I find that endearing. It seems like so much is predicated on this life decision, right? However, if they asked me to ask this person, I would get up in the moment and ask them. And my thought was like, hey, you know, I have this friend. They want to make new memories and share experiences together. How about give it a go? That's me. when I was 16. Now there's a big caveat, right? There is a chance that I was indifferent. So I had no like passion, right? I was passionless. So that's a problem. When I was young, I had no passion. Right? Like I didn't feel emotional stake. There wasn't any like emotional stake in a lot of things. Talking about like hyper objectivity, when people say, oh, you know, if you're really hyper like objective about things, then you can do things, right? And my thought when I was younger was like, why don't you just ask the person? So what does that sound like? It sounds like the comments of youth today. Just do this, just do that. And I do understand that, but here's the difference though. I did do those things. I did do those things. I practiced what I preached. I practiced what I preached. Now I don't. And that's the irony here. Now I don't. When I say like, oh yeah, you can go and, you know, chase your dreams and stuff. And meanwhile, I'm not doing that. It's weird. Life, it's weird. All yap, no action, huh? Yeah, all yap, no action. Their actions are in planning. The actions was in planning. They planned all the stuff all along, right? That was kind of the idea. So many, in terms of, let's take it back to language learning. They plan it, but you don't need to explain to nobody. Who needs to explain to nobody? I'm not sure what this has to do with explaining at the moment. Who's explaining what to anybody? Like this is someone freely sharing their thoughts. Kind of like a video comment these days. They're freely sharing their comments. They can choose not to share with anyone or explain it to anyone. That's perfectly fine. However, it's already determined that they chose to attempt to explain it to other people, other than the concerned person. I broke up with my boyfriend last week. Let's see.
別れ
wakare.
別れ先週
先週彼氏と別れました。Oh, wait. Yes.
彼氏と別れまた。
Yeah. If they kept it to themselves, yeah, that's perfectly all right. They can definitely keep it to themselves. Yeah. I was thinking back in high school in like the cafeteria and stuff. The guys will be the guys, I suppose, back in the day. It's like, oh yeah, like I really want to ask this girl out, and I'm like, and my young unempathetic and sympathetic self would say like, you can ask her out now. She's sitting right over there. And then they're like, no, I need the perfect moment. I need to plan this out. And then I would say like, do you want me to ask her out? I mean, I could help you out. I would say that if you get rejected on the surface, it doesn't look like you've really lost anything, but you lost the comfort of being able to think, what if? Yeah, exactly. What if? Yeah. The parasocial relationship. Your dreams are shattered. If they say no, you're forced to stop that Google daydreaming and face reality. Yeah. Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'll also be the guy. I'll also be the friend that says, well, there are better fish in the, there are other opportunities, right? So immediately, if you linger, the damage is reciprocated as hard. So the longer you sit on what if, the bigger the potential damage, right? The repercussions. So it's a balancing act. If you sit too long on something, the damage is going to be almost irreparable even before it happens. However, if you fill out where it's like, okay, I've sit on this long enough, let's go, and you get rejected, you're like, okay, well, I guess I'm going to go and, because you haven't committed enough time, right? You didn't commit that much time to it. So then the repercussions are not as great or not as heavy. And then, you have someone like me who says, hey, there are plenty of other opportunities. Now you can go seek all those other opportunities that you shelved because you were counting your chickens when they hatch, before they hatch, and you placed all your all your eggs in one basket, right? And if we wanted to not be so serious about like one person, like a person thing, if you step back and think about opportunities like career choices and stuff, it still applies. Investment stuff like diversification, that type of thing, maybe a little bit more broader so that it can't, not too personal, because I understand that I have no intense feelings where so I'm not like a dreamer. I don't dream very often. I talk about like being a director and gaming stuff and whatnot, but I'm diversifying while I'm doing that. I'm not necessarily saying I'm all in. Even at like 13 years of age, as far as my conceptions go, I have diversified ever since. So it's one thing that I habitually cannot relate to. Maybe I can one day, like from a different perspective, like someone convince me that is the case. But there's a reason why I'm still single. Wait, I've crossed this road multiple times before. About like, it's always about maximizing your opportunities, making sure the other person has all the possibilities. So imagine what it feels like when someone says like, what if you're not the reason I can stay? What if I found something that's better than you? And I'm like, you should go after it. And yeah, we've crossed that a bunch of times. It's not in those words. Obviously, there's more tact and more considerate wording. However, it basically boiled down to that. When someone tries to entrap you and tell you and give you a non-negotiable scenario, right? What if you're not the right person? Like, well, go after the right person. If it's not me, then go after the right person. You have my blessing. That, again, not those exact words. However, if you boil it down to that, if that person is still entertaining what ifs, is it me or is it that person entertaining what ifs? I don't think about what ifs. I think about do's a lot of time when it comes to these things. So if you're constantly concerning, even from a young age, it'll take you into adulthood. You're constantly going to be asking what ifs instead of sometimes doing and finding out. If rejected, they not deserving of you. Exactly. Like, that's how you console someone. Like, hey, other people, other opportunities, let's go. However, if that person spent like 7 years of their life planning like 10 years of an imaginary, like a potential thing, it's devastating. Like, it's absolutely devastating. And I had like a cold heart for that. Like, I didn't understand that for a while. Like, how could you like someone you don't know for 5 years and not talk to them? That was me when I was a kid. Like, wait. So are you guys going out? Like, do you like each other? It's like, no, we've never talked. Like, but you said you knew this girl for like 4 years. Are you like, how do you know someone for? Listen, this is innocent, right? We're not talking about stalking, okay? We're not talking about stalking here. However, it sucks. It really sucks. And I actually think, hold out, hold me, like, hear me out here. This is the normalized experience that younger people have on the internet. Now, it might not be a one-to-one, like you have a crush on someone or something, but the betrayal that a content creator and an influencer can unintentionally do elicits a very similar response. Like, oh, I've been watching you for 7 years, and then suddenly you're gonna betray me by like playing this game that I hate. That is the parasocial relationship. Like, dreaming of the crush and thinking about your relationship for a very, very long time, and then finally coming to terms that it ends up being too late, or you have it, you did it and it gets rejected. That's hard. And I was not very sympathetic or empathetic. I'm actually, it's hard for me to be empathetic because I haven't experienced this yet. But I was very non-sympathetic as well, which I have learned a little bit better to be sympathetic about the situation. I also think it's good to rip the band-aid off early. I had a crush on my friend once, and that had a mental toll on you. Yeah. One of my childhood crushes was running away from me and getting angry after me asking her to go out with you. Oh, that's unfortunate. Speaking from experience, those what ifs are sometimes better than reality after they say yes. That's also true, right? Anything can happen. It's far unlikely to have planned out all these things. So it's a combination. I'm sorry to hear that. Better times, right? It's funny how bad people react to questions of love. I had people come to me, go out with me, not me asking. Oh, okay. I see. I don't think I've asked anyone out before. So I'll leave that on the table. Like, that's probably a me problem, but I don't think I've ever asked anyone out. Like, I've asked people out for other people before, but I have not asked anyone out. That's not to say that I haven't been in like a involved relationship attempting to make it more. I haven't asked anyone out before, so that could be also a thing. Now, you might be saying, well, I might feel just as nervous, and if that were to happen to me, well, I've done it many times. Maybe it's because I don't daydream on situations for too long, or I could be way too old for this at this point. However, that's kind of one of those things I didn't understand. That's what all of this is causing me to think about. Like, for example, I broke up with my, like, if I say I broke up with my boyfriend last month, it's like we broke up on mutual terms. Things were not working out. Here are the following reasons that things are not working out. And now life is better, hopefully, for that other person. They will seek someone better. And I will maybe encounter other opportunities. I kid you not, that's how it sounds a lot of times. Like, we talked about it. We negotiated. We sat down. There were some tears. There were some shouting. However, the idea is we worked it out. No, I'm giving a hypothetical situation, Cozy. I know you're joking. But here, that's how it worked, right? And you might be thinking like, oh, well, now you're an adult, right? You're 37. That's how breakups work. It's not dramatic or passionate. And I'm thinking, like, I don't think I was a kid since. And that's what I really mean when I say I don't think I was born an adolescent, because I didn't view things the way adolescents would view things anymore. I had to grow up really, really early, I suppose. I don't know. It could be a hormonal thing. I have no idea. But whatever it is, that's kind of my short story in these relationship things. So yes, I have technically been in relationships. However, sometimes I've been in one-sided relationships. I've been in parasocial, plutonic relationships. I don't know if this is a thing, if people call this thing, but you are friends with a lot of people who don't think it's plutonic. As in, like, the way I behave around people may cross the threshold of being plutonic. And that's happened a bunch of times. Where like someone because in my time there were I hang out with people who tend to like need help, right? Or want help or want attention, right? And that's cool because it makes me feel nice that I can be useful back in the day. The downside is it can be unintentionally non-plutonic over time. And that sucks because on the one hand, someone thinks that I'm treating them especially nice, right? I'm deliberately treating them especially nice. The thing is, if they want my attention, I give them my attention. And it's happened a lot. And what happens is they have a parasocial, non-plutonic relationship with me when that part doesn't exist, or like it's a misunderstanding. Like a lot of it also deals with cultural differences, but I usually make it as a funny like segue into cultural differences. Like for example, going out to have a dinner and movie, right? Dinner and movie. Well, it's going to be on me, right? It's like, oh, hey, you want to go out to a dinner and movie? Yeah, sure. And then we go out to dinner and movie, and like, and then someone's like, was this a date? And I'm like, well, I mean, we hung out. It's more or less a date. In quotations. You have to remember that this is young me who like is pretty still like new to understanding cultural differences. But anyways, it happens less now, obviously, since now people my age are either married or have children or choose to stay single, right? You have asked girls out, but I always find that it ends up better if I'm the one that asks. That said, I feel like it's super rare to get asked as a dude, though. You gotta be in the right place at the right time. Doesn't really happen at Walmart. Too many TikTokers on their phone. You can't get a combo in. Yeah. What does that say about someone who doesn't find it rare? Sub-Zero. You're like saying that that said, you feel like it's super rare, and I feel like it was common. Nowadays, the reason why it's super rare is because I don't talk to people. Like what I mean is, since COVID, I'm not in a situation in which I encounter people all the time. You didn't catch what I said? You said it was, you feel like it's super rare to get asked as a dude, though? The last time I checked, I'm a dude. I think. I'm a dude. And I didn't think it was so rare. In fact, the reason why I'm saying this is I didn't even know it was like getting serious most of the time. So it's one of those situations where if you think about the reverse, that person didn't ever clarify with me. So we had like a sort of a parasocial, the non-plutonic part. The non-plutonic part was parasocial, but we did have a plutonic relationship, as in like we were classmates or we hung out, we did a lot of things, we were good friends, lots of those things, right? However, in the meantime, the thing that I was talking about is people were having thoughts, they were planning, and I wasn't planning anything. I was like, oh, okay, do you want to hang out? Okay, look, now then we start planning what we were going to do. So like when it's agreed upon that we meet or hang out, we plan to do the things. We don't plan to see if it will eventually happen, as in not do it, like do the what if scenario. So I had this happen a lot, and it's in that case, since I was involved in being involved in helping stuff, that's happened more than my fair share of stuff. Now I don't even know what it's like to ask someone. Maybe I should try that one time. I'll think about it.
別れ
I almost feel like I'm too old for it now. Times have changed. 100% at least for you. I didn't really get asked out until I started being social in your early 20s, going to parties and stuff. There's a 500,000 chance bigger to get asked out in those environments than just being out doing chores. Like me, they're drunk or anything. Like, not that they're drunk or anything. It's just less socially awkward for people to. Yeah, I understand that. It's still socially awkward, you know, by any stretch of the imagination. Asking someone out is inherently socially awkward. I understand that. The reason why I say I understand that is because I don't feel that. I don't feel like it's socially awkward to ask someone out, regardless of the situation. You know, you manipulate the situation to advantage, right? Weird. Now here's the thing though. I already mentioned that. Usually I try to prove my usefulness. So most of the time when I interact with people, it's because I'm useful. And that sounds like oh yeah, but that's a recipe for disaster. It's like, well, I don't expect non-plutonic relationships to come from a reaction, like an interaction like that. But if you don't feel as though it's awkward at all, why haven't you? Yeah, that's a good question. I wouldn't know. I've had awkward interactions in a different sense before, like a misunderstanding. Like if I had that superpower, I'd probably abuse it. Well, I still can feel awkward. Not necessarily in those contexts. Like I could feel awkward if I said something really silly, but it was inappropriate or something. Or like, you know, I could drink alcohol and it would be a little awkward, I suppose. However, I don't necessarily feel that awkwardness being an impediment, I suppose. I work around it. If I'm awkward, then I own it, right? Like, oh, I'm being awkward right now. Sorry, guys. Hear me out, guys. I've had 2 sips of alcohol and I have a non-existent alkaline phosphatase. So now my face is red and I'm being really awkward right now. So bask in my awkwardness. That's probably how I would go about it. And let's rip the band-aid off. I'm being a little awkward. Would you like to go out tomorrow on a date? You know? It's gotten worse as I got older. So let's just it's gotten pretty, like, as I got older, I've gotten a lot more like I got more ways, I suppose. I don't know if it's like cringe or not. I don't it's not something I even bother to consider. Like, if someone says like, oh, what if she thinks you're uncool? It's like, well, if she thinks I'm uncool, we could still go out on a date. Like, oh man, but what if she thinks you're embarrassing and cringe? It's like, the worst thing she can say is no. Like, if she thinks I'm cringe and uncool for being myself, man, why would you want to go out in the first place? At least you know. It sounds cold. It sounds direct. That's what I mean. I totally get. I totally try to understand. All right. That's enough about this conversation. I've had this conversation like a few times when we play like games where there's like love and romance involved, and I come off oftentimes as someone like, oh, this is so neat. It's so cool. Like, they have this experience, and in the back of my head, it's like, I don't understand. I don't like really feel that. Like, I don't understand how those situations can happen. I mean, there's not always a way around the awkwardness of asking, but from my point of view, I don't feel like it matters if it's awkward or not unless it's a cold approach. If she likes you prior to asking, then it won't really matter how you execute it. If. Lots of ifs. No, you don't like. Lots of ifs, Sub-Zero. If she knew you exist, I think we can remove that too. Like, I can totally, I feel like I can totally circumvent that. So then it would matter how you execute, I suppose, if that's what you're insisting on. Like, well, there are many ways to execute it. You can actually awkwardly be awkward. I mean, sometimes being intentionally awkward is a great icebreaker if the other person feels like it's awkward. So, you know, mostly a lot of times I would just go out of my way to be nice. You know, like, hey, do you mind if I keep you company today? Right? Seems like you haven't been talking to anyone. I buy you a drink, right? I'm thinking of a bar situation. Sorry, old hat. And it would be, I would buy her a drink, not me. I probably would like drink water or something. And then there's a chance I say, oh, well, this is awkward. Like, you're not gonna have a drink? And I'm like, I want to be sober in case, you know, people need a ride home, right? So if you're willing to trust me, or if we know each other, right? You're saying if she knows you. So my question is, well, you know, if you want to drink and stuff, you need someone reliable to drive you. So it could be that person. Realistically, nobody reciprocates by agreeing from just how the request comes off, though. Like, you can be smooth, but if she doesn't like you, it's not like she's gonna be like, well, all right, you were kind of smooth with that one, be done. I must be very rare, but that's not true when it comes to nobody. In fact, not only does not happen, like, not only does not that happen, you can be friends. Yeah, like, lots of, you know, I mean, hey, you're been hanging out. It's like, hey, what are you drinking right now? I kind of want to try what you're experiencing. Let's have a let's have a shared experience here. I don't know if you know me, but we're not at this party at the same time. You know, you're their friend, I'm their friend, right? But we don't know each other. So let's get to know each other. And then you ask, you ask like, hey, do you want to hang out tonight or something? Like, chill. And they're like, oh no, like it's kind of awkward. It's like, oh, hey, well, that's perfectly fine. You want to be friends instead? I mean, asking to be friends or being friends of friends or talking about friends of friends is still a quote unquote smooth execution to getting to know someone. It's not overbearing. It's not like being smooth makes like I don't like the word smooth. I think being interested in the person is probably the word I would go with. Being interested. As opposed to like, hey, you want to go out? No? All right, see ya. I don't know. That's kind of how I feel when it comes to if someone says if she doesn't like you, it's not like she's gonna be like, well, all right, it's you're looking for a yes or no. That's perfectly fine. That's funny. So if somebody you know that you're not interested in asks you out, you might suddenly gain interest in her just how she came off. Well, huh. That's a good question. Yeah, but I tell her it. Getting rejected isn't always getting rejected. Yeah, I tell her it. And if she is still interested, then we find out if interest can be created, right? Like someone asked me out, someone asked me out and like, I'm sorry, like, I'm not quite sure, like, we don't know each other very well, but perhaps we can try to get to know each other. I would like to give it a thought. If you're willing to know that this might not work out, then yeah, let's give it a go. Otherwise, I don't mind being friends, right? Maybe that'll turn into something. I mean, otherwise, the person that asked me out could say like, oh, well, I'm only interested in serious relationships. All right. At least we have an understanding that there isn't a chance for a serious relationship, right? Like there's still a residual chance. So I hope that that person finds someone who is in it for the biscuit, in it to win it right away. So you're looking for a committal relationship, right? I'm not going to say that to them, but I would say, hey, you know what? I'm not a great wingman, but I do have a friend that seemed to might be interested. How about that? Interesting. In your mind, things are already made. So if I know this person already and I know that I don't like her, then it doesn't matter how she's coming off asking. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Wow, you make up your mind very, very fast. I can appreciate that, right? Because a serious relationship is a serious relationship. How committal you are is a selection factor. That's very romantic, Sub-Zero. It's quite romantic. What checks out for me is that I'm not a very romantic person. I think I tell people that all the time, and some of the people who approach me is like, well, you can be very romantic, and then they would like say something. They would say something and highlight. It's like, oh, okay, well, I didn't think that to be romantic. Like, for example, you are thinking about being interesting, right? You're thinking about, oh, if this is made up. Someone told me once, like, oh, it's romantic because you go out of way to like help me when I'm sick. And I'm like, yeah, like it's being nice. Like I like being useful. Do you think that's romantic? Like I mean, I do those things. I don't think about whether she's interested or not, or how far off into the future she's thinking. I know that when she's sick, I should do something to help her. And those are the memories you create. So whether that person doesn't like me or not interested, I will still probably do things that would take up my time and still demonstrate that I'm interested in that person's well-being. Whether it leads to something or not, that to me is counting the what if proposition. What if she's my future wife? And my thought is, what is she now? Well, she's someone who wants company. I can do that, right? She's someone that gets lonely every once in a while, gets sick, needs I don't know, homework help. I can do those things. What does that look like in the future? It's up to her. For me, I don't usually think about it too much. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. I can still be her friend. In fact, I have a few friends, okay? How about if you come off too strong being creepy and you just think you're just helping? I don't voluntarily help. So I can't come off as creepy. Well, the situations I'm talking about is when that person is around me and already know that I can supply those things. That I don't voluntarily go and eavesdrop on people's. So this is purely in the situation where Sub-Zero said that someone is interested in me, but like interested in spending time with me, and I don't know if I'm interested back, right? That's the situation. Like I don't actually typically interlope. I typically, you have to solicit information, like solicit the thing. Now, obviously, we're not talking about dire situations. I intervene during dire situations, like driving someone back when they're drunk because they broke up with someone. I still do those things. I would intervene in those situations because those are very, very important points of people's lives. The thing is, I am around that. When I pre-COVID, I'm around those things. Like I'm that dude that's sitting there drinking water in the back of the bar at a party, and we all know each other, like kind of your usual gathering and stuff. I'm that dude that would likely be the sober person driving home. So when these things happen, I am around there. So what happens is it becomes a situation where, well, that's nice of you. It's like, hey, let's be friends. I mean, like, it sucks that this thing happened. How about we stop thinking about that person and think about what you're gonna do next? That kind of thing. And it creates it obviously ends up creating not codependency, but there's a chance it can create dependency. And I know better now. Like, what I mean is, I know how to be tactful about making sure I don't give the wrong impression. It totally happened multiple times in my life. Multiple. I wouldn't say at least 7 times that I unintentionally gave the wrong, or unintentionally, I don't know how you unintentionally give the wrong impression, but it happens a lot. So yeah, I would say no, not so rare for me. However, I can totally understand how it could be rare for a lot of people, especially if you're looking for a yes or no to a committal relationship. People are investments. They are not propositions, in my opinion. I don't see people as propositions. Here's the deal. We go out, are you in it to win it? That's a business transaction. That's a really large business transaction. I mean, if I'm neutral to the person prior, then I give it a chance. I see. But how are you not neutral to the person when you haven't been with them? But if I know for sure I'm not attracted to them, then there's no point. Yeah, that's fair. So you've made a predetermined point of attraction. That's fair enough. Maybe I don't have those things, right? That's probably a big thing. Like physical attraction is a really big thing for sure. But perhaps that's not why it's not a driving force for my initial interaction. The idea that attraction can spawn hypothetical like predictions on how things work out is something that's foreign to it's definitely not foreign to lots of guys. I understand. That's also something that's a little weird. Let's not go down that route. But generally speaking, if someone's interested in me, that's more than neutral. True, but I mean not just physical attraction though. I also mean like how they come off, since we're assuming I've known this person already. How they come off. Well, you can't know from that impression. So you mean that how they come off, that first impression is sufficient to assume the rest of your life with this person. It's a big proposition, in my opinion. Like, they could have an off day, they could have an on day. A person that comes off strong and then later mellows out is someone who's adaptable. Or, you know, someone who comes off strong and then the next day they're different, but you already wrote them off, you wouldn't know. I get the whole first impression thing. Like, the impression stuff does work. You cut your losses, you move on, right? That's kind of the idea. This is the same conversation in the reverse role, where I don't understand when someone asks someone and rejects, and it's devastating to the one person and not to the other. The one that's not being devastated is probably me, and the one that is being devastated is probably you. And what I mean by like the roles that are there, you have more weighing, but you also trivialize how much it is to the other person. No, but I mean the whole situation was about knowing you don't like the person already prior to them asking, so you assume you've gone to school with them for... You can't possibly don't like a person if you didn't try yet. It stands. Like I'm still standing on the same thing. So you assume you know this person well enough. So it's no longer a try. You're not guessing anymore. So you've already made up your mind through knowing this person. So you've already done the dating thing. To me, personally. So if the situation's already set, then yes, the decision is already made. You're not interested. When that person asked you and you're like, whoa, I didn't know you were interested in me, then you don't know that person. If you know what I mean. So if you've gone to school, you said you don't know that, you know that person enough to not like them anymore. And suddenly they asked you, they like you. Say, wait. Okay, that's a miscommunication. I don't like you. Sorry, goodbye. That's fair enough. If you knew that person, then I'm sure that person, you got the right thing, right? This is a miscommunication before the situation even happens, right? That's perfectly fine. So now your condition is you already know the person enough, so you don't like them. So there's no question to be asked. Would they approach you if you know this person enough to demonstrate that you don't like them? Like, I think that's probably the better question. maybe somehow you don't like them and you were around enough to give them the wrong impression that you might like them. That's a little bit rough for me to imagine. I'm around people because I like to help. I like to help. So that creates that situation. However, it's not that I don't like them. I wouldn't be helping them if I don't like them. So there's a lot of situations here. Like they kind of counter each other. It's difficult to imagine a situation in which you knew the person and you knew you don't like them and they still ask you out. That means someone is misleading someone or unintentionally doing that. And I've been involved in that situation before. However, it's not because I don't like them. And you said you were okay with neutral. So most of the time I'm either neutral or I'm already helping them with something. If you don't like them, then I imagine you wouldn't be helping them either, Sub-Zero. I do, mind you, I do help people I don't like. It is a situation. Like if I see someone in trouble, it doesn't matter if they're my bully from high school, I still help them. But that's a different situation. That's more like dire situation. Would they come around and, you know, change a new leaf and do all that thing? That can happen. And if they ask again, it's like, well, why not? I suppose. I do dislike people. I don't want to give you the impression that I like everyone. I do dislike people or the idea of the person. It doesn't warrant enough to write them off as people, like as people I don't want to be around, something like that kind of thing. You don't have to have known them for that long, you know? Say you're at a party and there's this one girl who is being mean and overall doesn't have manners. Do you need more than 3 hours at that party to know you don't like that person? If she asks me out, I'm gonna say no easily. Doesn't matter how smooth she is. That's fair enough. I would say, no. Yeah, that answers the question. That's what divides us. Immediately. It's like, no, you do need more than 3 hours. Yeah. Not even no contest. I think it's almost absurd that you said that. But Cozy agrees with you. So, yeah. Yeah, and I think that's where that illustrates my point. Like why I don't. Depends. Depends, that would be a no then. So I'm thinking depends. I don't think of it as, yeah, it doesn't take 3 hours, but that depends is probably going to be like something that I disagree with. I want to be that's a little presumptuous, but I'm pretty sure I disagree with whatever the depends are. You have lots of dependency. Like Sub-Zero had to specify a very specific situation, right? A very specific situation. You don't have to know them for long enough, and they have to been a specific behavior that you constitute as a person that you don't like, and also that if they have to ask you out. So that's a lot of depends. And then, you know, Cozy says depends, and I say it doesn't. You can come up with 100 examples though. The whole premise is that you know you don't like them. That's one scenario. That's one example. You have multiple iterations of one example of the conditions, in my opinion. That is multiple examples of one depends specific condition. You made up your mind already. That's it. You made up your mind about people. That's the difference between, I suppose the biggest difference is between you, Cozy, and me, is that you make up your mind. You guys have conditions that make up your mind, predicated on whatever you think is normal or acceptable, right? How you feel it out. And I do too. However, I don't choose to do that right away. Like, what I mean is, I think people can change. However, they might not change. I might end up being in a really terrible situation. That's the gamble I take. 何をしていますか? We're just talking about this prompt, the Japanese. But I think we're gonna move on from. I'm gonna be real with you here. For every sucker like me, there are hundreds of you guys. And that makes sense. Because the thing you're saying, the thing you guys keep depending and saying you have many examples of a very specific condition, that's very reasonable. That's how the large majority of people operate. I didn't say I was a very classical adolescent or someone who had very normal socializing behavior when I was a kid. And it didn't really, I guess, it kind of changed going into adulthood. However, it's still relatively different from a lot of people. I'm not in like some like abusive relationship or anything like that. You can still be relatively intelligent about it while interacting with other people. I personally think though, coming up with 100 examples of the very specific case is still the case, because the condition you set is you don't like them and someone likes you. So the idea is someone finds you redeemable, like there's something they like about you, but you don't like them. So you have no curiosity of why they like you. That's also something you could learn. I would personally ask if they wanted to be friends or something, because I wanted to know what is it about me that they like, at least. And I can tell them the things that I don't like about them. If we're being honest with each other, it would be interesting to see where that would go. Like, hey, well, I know you like me. Can you tell me things that you don't like about me? Because I know I'm not as interested, but I do have things I don't like about you. What do you think about those things? If we can't go over that hurdle, then it's the decision's already made there. So yes, maybe in some way I agree with you that it doesn't take more than 3 hours, or it doesn't take long. It also can be very informative. I've legitimately went up to someone and asked them, like, there's something people said that you don't like about me. May I ask what that is? I don't like you for a lot of things too. I mean, the worst that can happen is like, I don't want to talk about it. It's like, all right. Then you, for certain, have your answer. Nevertheless, I wouldn't turn away someone because they came on smooth or aggressive or strong or something. I would ask them and remove all doubt. If they ask and they don't answer, then that's still more telling. Hey, too old, I suppose. Too old. I'm a very analytical guy, I suppose. I think there's opportunity in people. I use that opportunity to my advantage. I'm not losing in them, is what I'm saying. If I'm not interested and someone wants me to be interested, technically it's a selfish response. Like, tell me something. Why am I interesting to you? And then, you know, that person's like, why aren't you interested? Like, here, I'll give you the facts, right? Like, let's talk about this. Here's another thing. What if you fall head over heels for someone and that someone falls head over heels with you, right? And you go into it. Do you make up your mind and not talk about these things? Because I do. Like, here's the flip side where my approach is disadvantageous per se. Disadvantageous. Let's do a role reversal. You're asked by someone you really like, and that person really likes you too. Is that it? Like, do you say, "Oh, heck yeah! All right, let's get to Las Vegas and get hitched"? My first thought would be, "Hey, let's sit down. Like, it seems like we're interested in each other. Let's sit down and talk about what we're interested in." Because you might be interested in me for the very reason that I'm interested in you, like for the very different reason. And then it turns out that you're interested in me, you're really kind and your stuff, like kind and nice, but you're only kind and nice to very specific people. And I saw that. And turns out, oh yeah, you're right. Like, yeah, there's no way this is gonna work out, because hear me out here. When one nice person meets another nice person, and you see them being nice and they're very successful in a party, and then you go up and ask them, say, "I'm a successful person. You're a successful person. We kind of like each other, and we're kind of alike. Now let's talk about it," because even that doesn't guarantee anything. Like, it doesn't guarantee that it can circumvent everything. Now, here's the thing. Now I'm on the side of being judgmental. In the scenario I painted, now I'm the person who's judgmental. Like, as in, now I'm making up a presumption that is being like, "Oh yeah, heck, we should just get in there." And yeah, it flips on itself. So I would totally understand in a different situation, not the "you don't like them" situation. That's one situation. The other situation is, what if you do like them? I would still have a non-traditional response. I would sit down and say, "Oh yeah, before we get carried away, I know that you're really nice. I've been seeing you be really cool with everyone. Everyone likes you. May I ask, like, why you are interested in me?" I would still go about it the same way. So maybe that's considered analytical or not. I would still go about it in a similar way. I'm fairly consistent. If there's anything, I'm fairly consistent with taking things seriously. And of course, that's a different type of serious. Sub-Zero, you're serious to committal relationships. That's predicated on very different things that I don't feel really. And I'm committal on very specific things as well, that maybe you don't find important either, or maybe secondary, right? Like, the irony here is, I'm not saying people are worth molding or changing. I'm saying people change when they know each other, like when they get to know each other. So no, I wouldn't say someone who has a bad attitude. I mean, it's really just in general. It could be for a one night stand too, but we have different views, and that's fair. Yeah, like, for example, I don't want to change people. So I do a lot, like, I don't want to change people, right? I don't hope people fit my expectations. The thing I hope for is that there are two people who are willing to share experiences and trust in the process. So it's kind of humorous how romantic that sounds, yet I'm not trying to be romantic about it. If you see someone with a bad attitude and very show-offy, I don't believe that when two people are mutually understanding of each other, that they don't naturally end up affecting each other indirectly. So, like, this person has a bad attitude, they come off as smooth or whatever, and then one day they become dull and kind of meet me halfway and they start talking like me. Who knows? The idea is that I don't look for my ideal case, at least. And I also don't think that people are projects to be molded. Now, what happens a lot of times when you look for your ideal case is that they don't turn out to be ideal. At least in my opinion. Like, however, then you start doing compromises. You start thinking, oh, why can't you be more like this? And then the other person's like, why can't you? That works out too. You make compromises, right? So, it works out. It all works out. And I think there's a reason why you're in a relationship and I'm not. So zero. That's the truth, you know? The facts are you are in a relationship. I'm not in a relationship, right? And the other facts are you were rarely asked out. I was commonly asked out. Now, how did those resolve? They were resolving very, very differently. I'm actually friends with a lot of them. Like, I talk about this quite a bit, but I'm actually friends with a lot of them. So what if she happens to be a Japanese learner with an Aki superiority complex that hates Duolingo? I would ask her why she thinks that. And then I would challenge her. It's like, well, if you like me, right? The scenario is I don't like her because maybe she has an Aki superiority complex. My challenge is if you're interested in me, convince me that Anki is superior to Duolingo, and I will attempt to convince you the other way. And if we succeed in either way, then that's a mutual amicable experience that we share. Who knows? We might end up liking both of them. Wait, how did you go those times when you got asked out? Wait, how did it go those times when you got asked out? I talked about how most of the time it was during like a period where I'm about to leave, right? Like, for example, I mean, long distance relationships are tough. Are you into long distance relationships? The answer was no, right? And then the other times were like our parents, you know, we don't have a lot of things in common, lots of negotiating, right? Like, oh, you know, we have our parents, we have different cultural values. I understand that being nice and things are, we spend a lot of time, we have a lot of chemistry, but the thing is we're sorting out all the different situations, right, that could happen, and we spend most of our time talking about those because we're friends, right? We're friends. That's, yeah. Have you ever gone out with someone who you didn't already know? That's a different story, because we didn't talk about the situation. Anyways, I'm gonna keep going here. But I don't think I've had a situation. Oh wait, I have been asked out by someone I didn't know at all. Like at all. Like really nothing at all. And I told her what's going to happen in the future, and it was not possible. In a way, I think your way of thinking is more long-term relationship oriented. In my sense, you are more willing to invest time into growing interest in that person, while I need to have immediate interest. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, that could be it. Or here's the thing, Sub-Zero. I don't want to talk about this too much, but there is also a possibility that I just don't feel that way. If you know what I mean. Like, what I mean is, there is another part of this equation. Like, I don't feel like I can be interested in anyone I don't know. And yes, my girlfriend used to be my study buddy during the first year of uni before we got together. Oh, that's so cute. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've ever gone on a blind date, if you know what I mean. A blind one. Even if it's like tangential. I don't think I've ever gone on a blind date. What would that look like? I can't tell you how that experience would be. Titanic song. You've been asked recently? Oh, how did that go? Not Tinder? What the heck? Tinder? No, I haven't ever been on like a dating thing. I don't think I've ever been on a blind date. Huh. See what Duolingo has done? Don't recommend. Oh gosh. So you're telling me, yeah, right there. So Sub-Zero, you're telling me you had experience? Is this from personal experience? Sub-Zero? Yeah, I've been matched up before. Like by friends. If you know what I mean. Like, but not like blind date. Like what I mean is, there's been times where like, oh, I have a friend. So my friend knows this friend. Kind of thing. That, yeah, like it's actually funny because one of the best friends happens to be my sister's friend before. So that has happened multiple times like that. A friend of a friend. And not Tinder. Like I don't think I've ever done that before. Honestly, I know you say don't recommend friends with benefits. I know you say you don't recommend. However, the curiosity side of me wants to know like what it's like. Not that I'm like going out of my way to do so, but I do have a curiosity.
先月
All right, we're gonna finish. This topic, I'm telling you, Duolingo's topics. This topic. We should talk about things related to this topic more often. Like what I mean is not like relationships. I'm talking about like use Duolingo's themes to talk about. I mean, we talk about food all the time because food comes up all the time. But that's kind of fun. Sengetsu. Sengetsu. I'm genuinely curious. I like experiences. When an experience leads to something else, it locks me in. So until I'm locked into something, I do enjoy having an ability to experience different things. So I wouldn't be adverse to having a blind date, largely due to the nature of not having such an experience. I was a meanie one time back in the day. I had a Tinder dinner date one time, and over the dinner, I knew I wasn't interested. Me about to leave, she asked, so are we going to your place now? And I got stressed and said, yes, sure. We watched half a movie before I told her to catch the bus. Oh. Wow. I think what I would do is more cruel. This isn't a competition, but hear me out here. Hear me out. Hear me out, Sub-Zero. Hear me out. People have lots of opinions. Being nice doesn't mean you're not going to hurt people, right? So hear me out. If that situation you just painted, I can see myself having dinner, trying my best to, I'm probably going to be the one asking the questions most of the time. And if it shows that she's clearly not interested, I'm more likely the person that the other person would say, oh, sorry, I'm not interested. So like that. So on the reverse side, so when someone says they're interested and Like they're looking for something, right? But in a long run, if someone thinks they are investing in me, and only to find out later that nothing's gonna work out, like I always give them the impression like, you know, this is not a guaranteed thing, then that could be a long experience that could end up being just as unrewarding to that person. So if you look at it that way, people could accuse me of saying, oh, I was just stringing her along or something, and that is crueler than saying, nah, I'm not interested. And like you had a little element of that already, right? Instead of saying no right away, you went along with it even longer. Now imagine my perspective, where there is a chance I try to be interested regardless, and that trying can come off as being, well, if you didn't know it was going to work out, or you have inclinations it wasn't going to work out, why did you try anyways? And that could be cruel as well, depending on who's interpreting that. The idea is I don't stop trying. Like I don't stop trying on people, and more than likely I'm the one that gets told they're not interested, not the other way around. It was not intentional, I just didn't know how to say no. That's you got it. Like honestly, I might not know how to say no. That's very real. I think we're on the same page on that one. Like I might have trouble saying no. That's a problem. I don't have trouble illustrating to the other person that they probably want to say no. And in a way, that's kind of selfish of me. Like, if you know what I mean? Sub-Zero, like, the way I behave in explaining and having to speak ahead of times is because the first thing I want them to know is that you're not going to get a no out of me. However, I want to make sure you know what you're getting yourself into, because if any of that is a no, at least you know now, and you're not hurting my feelings if you say you don't like me. Not the other way around. So either I become too intrusive in asking too many questions and they tell me, dude, no, like you're just all up in my business. Like, okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. I like to get everything out, right? And then, you know, come off too strong or something like that, right? I'm not a very smooth talker when it comes to committal relationships, for the record. And then they'll know all the things about me, so they get to say no. That's it. You might be thinking, oh, well, that sounds like you're selling yourself short. It's like, no. It's solving an inconvenience. It's a workaround that I tend to do. Like, if someone asks me like, oh, do I like the way, do I like the way she looks or something? Like, she asked me, oh, do you like me? And I'm like, well, if I'm, you said like, if I know I don't like them, right? If I know I don't like them, it's like, well, I don't like you right now on the surface. Can you explain to me why you do these things? And if it's like, this is not worth my time, then she's gone. Like, she voluntarily leaves. So when you said back to that scenario where you said, I already know I don't like her, right? I already know I don't like her. I know her enough that I don't like her. And she still surprises me somehow and say she likes me. My first my first question is, oh, you know what? I would be interested. But first, let's get something out of the way first. Right now, I don't like you because there are these things that you do, and I'm not sure. Can you explain them to me why you do these things? And then can you tell me things that you don't like about me or things you like about me, because we have to know what are the conditions? What are the conditions? So yes, I will most certainly still spend time getting to talk to the person. It doesn't take long too, by the way, in my opinion, Sub-Zero and Cozy. I totally agree. It doesn't take long. It doesn't take long to figure it out. However, I don't have to be the person, in my opinion. I don't have to be the person to not invest. I'll invest by conversing. Literally, someone has told me before, like, oh, okay, so you'll just be too busy helping other people, and I really require someone who only wants to pay attention to me. I've heard that line before. I'm like, that's good. That's good to know. Like, I'm glad, you know, we got it out of the way, because I'm not the person for you, right? Like, if you need someone who is weighing on you hand and foot, I'm not the person. I'm glad we know that. So, good luck finding that person. Yeah, half the chats. Anyways. Yeah, dinner was nice and all, but I'm not interested, etc. I want to hear, I have told people I'm not interested, or I have told people that it's not possible at the moment, and I highlighted it, and they said, yeah, it's not possible, and that was it. So I haven't had the situation where someone said, like, I said, okay, well, here we have some problems, we have things, and then I lay it out, right? I haven't gotten in a situation where the person's like, oh no, don't worry about it, I got you. Like, all right, well, let's give it a shot. No, that situation has not happened. It would be interesting though. Like, if I saw red flags and I told them these are the red flags, and that person's like, nah, I got this. I'm like, whoa. Wouldn't it be worth your time to invest? Now, yes, I know. It could end up in like an abusive, neglectful, opportunistic relationship. But what are the chances that that would work out more than someone that says, oh, you're my perfect thing, and you didn't discuss what the perfect thing was? And you find out 2 years later that you guys weren't so perfect for each other. I like working through, like, call me a masochist, I suppose. I like working through things. I think that's it goes back to the long-term relationship thing. I like it. It's my version of romantic. It's not romantic, and things don't go fast. It's all good. They can change. Not me though. I don't think you have to think of it. Okay. I'm gonna gaslight you just a wee bit, Sub-Zero. When you love to be around someone, or like when you implicitly have it all out, like be vulnerable with someone, you don't have to think of it as a willingness to change. You change involuntarily. My friends, you don't even have to be in a relationship to do this. Your friends quite literally, involuntarily, and unintentionally change you. And you and your closest friends tend to affect each other in ways that can be subconscious. And that, now you just crank it up, right? You crank it up. You won't even know. Like, if you have to say to yourself, you have to change in order to live the rest of your life with this person, then yeah, I would say that's a red flag. Now the question is, if you say that and say, you know, hey, you know, are any of these things going to be deal breakers? Are any of those things going to be deal breakers? You know, you have a bad attitude. Can we get over this first? Like, is there any chance that you're willing to compromise on this right from the start? Like, that is even strong. I would say that's a winner already. If you have someone say, oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, yeah, we'll work on it. Let's work on it together. Why would you want to change someone? I know. Why would you want to change someone? If you like them, then you wouldn't want to change them. But hear me out here. Change is inevitable when two people are together. So what I mean is I would like to think that lots of people observe their changes. They don't prepare to be changed or prepare to have to change. The two people who like to be together will inevitably affect each other without needing the chore of changing, right? So yeah, I totally agree when people talk about change, like, oh good, they can change. The idea is no one's changing. What I mean is you're not consciously worried about having to change each other or changing up stuff. When two people like to be together, they change each other. Like what I mean, like, you know, it happens on its own. Yeah, they'll rub off on each other. And you know you have magic when you start rubbing off on each other. Not just the whole like chemistry thing and whatnot. I don't, physical attraction is a weird thing. I don't really understand that too well intimately. However, yeah. I think going into a relationship with someone and thinking you have to change and they have to change, oof. It should be effortless. Not grinding. Oh my God. Yesterday's conversation about grinding. Anyways, that sounds romantic. What I'm describing sounds romantic, but listen. One last thing. My version, the thing that I just said might sound romantic, but think about the majority of relationship aspirations. To me, those are far more romantic. Like, you have a crush, and then you ask your crush out, and your crush turns out to love you. And you go off into the honeymoon set, knowing that that power of passion is going to keep circumventing all the things you have not discussed before you decided we're going to hit it off. That, to me, is the most romantic thing ever. The romantic thing ever is going to a party and you're looking at that person and say, ooh, she's a 9 out of 10. Like, you go up and ask her and she says yes, and the rest is history. That's far more romantic to me. And it might be the grass is greener on the other side thing. I don't think there's any like path in which I don't sit down, have a long chat according to those romantic people. Like, hey, we're vibing. That's pretty nice. You want to talk about it a little bit? When they finish you, it's perfect. When they finish you, yeah, sure. I think you're talking about conversations, right? Like complementarity and whatnot. Hopefully that's what you meant. It could come off as kind of lewd. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. I like that. The things I describe takes days. I'm sorry. Like there's no way around it for me. It takes a long time, much like everything else, I suppose. And I think it's incredibly romantic and passionate how other people outside myself take an approach to relationships. They want shorter relationships in the hopes of becoming a longer relationship. I totally understand that, right? You get more chances. There are more chances. You entertain more opportunities. Like, you sit back and relax because she got you. Okay, so you were going with the lewd imagery. I see, Cozy. I like it. There's a double meaning in there. I know, Cozy, I know. But there's a double meaning. You have to know. You have to know there's a double meaning. I get it though. It was a wholesome comment. Sorry, Cozy. I hope that wasn't. Yeah, I get what you mean. Not dirty. Anyways. With all that said, there's one fact, Sub-Zero. You are in a relationship, and I'm not in a relationship. Those are the facts. So, if we go back to the earlier, like the start of all this conversation or this digression, is the idea that you do things and you don't do things. So, while we talk about these hypotheticals, the things that I shared already happened. And that's the result of them. Most of them I'm friends with. Those are the people that were not possible is because we no longer is geographically located towards each other, like around each other, or even cross paths anymore. So it didn't ever happen where someone would uproot their life because I already laid the groundworks, like I can't uproot my life. So it's already presented. So it wasn't like, oh, I'm not interested in you and you're not interested in me. The question is this person interested in me knowing what they're getting themselves into? If they're interested in me, they would know. If you know what I mean. I know that sounded redundant. If someone's interested in me, I have to let them know what are they interested in, because I have to tell them, are those things accurate? If they say, oh, but you're such a nice person, my first answer would be, I'm nice to most people I associate with. Does that affect your judgment or like your effect in me? Actually, that was a deal breaker for two people. When someone asked like, oh, like it's so nice that you always like come, like you're very thoughtful, considerate, like you bought me gifts and stuff. That's great. And then I told her like, yeah, because that's what I do for all people who spend time with me. And then it deflated the relationship. So that was something that she could not appreciate because she wanted someone who is solely dedicated to her. So that's where that relationship ended. That's kind of how that works, at least in my opinion. So it was like no hard feelings kind of thing, and it was after several months. It's mere luck and being at the right place at the right time, though, you think? Okay. There are a lot of crappy partners who have somehow had 3+ long relationships. I could see that. 3 long year relationships without being transparent to each other. I'm adding some conditions because I think there's some subtext here. Crappy partners who do not disclose their things before they enter a long-term relationship. And it's also mere luck because the people you attract and the people you consider, and when you project the same thing, you also have people who do the same thing. So it is mere luck and being at the right place at the right time when you yourself have a behavior that also elicits and contributes to the mere luck and being the right place at the right time. For example, if someone caught you on a bad day, then it's mere luck and right place at the right time that they would be interested in you. Right? So if you caught someone on a bad day, then it's mere luck that they were in the wrong place at the wrong time for them. And I haven't been in those situations yet. I'm not saying they won't happen in the future. I've done the wrong thing at the right time before, and I've done the right thing at the wrong time before, and I'm still friends with them. So I don't know. We live a very different life, Sub-Zero. I feel like we live a very different life. And of course, I'm still single and you're in a relationship. So there's that. Funny, huh? Very funny. And I think we're both happy. I at least I think. This is probably a personal question, last personal question. Do you feel like you need someone? Because we already talked about this. I think the thing that makes us kind of similar is I don't necessarily think the answer is a strong yes. However, it is so much more interesting sharing a life with someone. At least in my opinion. I find it incredibly fun. The idea of sharing a life with someone is at least part of your life with someone is a phenomenal adventure. Is it an adventure for life, for the rest of your life? It may not be. It doesn't have to be. For me anyway. A companion. Did my girlfriend set you up to ask this question? Wait, did your girlfriend actually ask you this question? Every one of my last person who like brought up this question, my answer was like, I don't know the future. I'll certainly try my best. And then the other person is like, yes, unconditionally, we have to spend the rest of our lives together. It's like, well, I'll try my best. It's like, does that mean you don't believe in our relationship? I'm like, no, I said I'll try my best. That is me believing. Not believing is quitting. Like, no, I don't believe. So let's end it here. I think for someone like myself, it's far easier to avoid something and to quit something right away than to try anyways. So that is me trying. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. I know. Sometimes that's the gamble I take. Right? That's the gamble I take. Okay, let's get back.
先月
2 hours later.
別れ
But no, I don't think so. Though that sounds harsh against my relationship. It's just that I have always been very comfortable with being by myself prior to the relationship. Oh, that's fair enough. And now you've learned that there's more than being by yourself. Who's changing who now, huh, Sub-Zero? Who doesn't have an interest being generated out of thin air? I'm kidding. I'm being a little trolly. I'm sorry. Aggressive. I apologize. Yeah, it's like a bonus. Yeah, it's a bonus. In all the most loving way possible, right? I feel like a bonus means like it's not important or lesser. That I think I've said that before by and being misinterpreted. Like, yes, certainly a need is fantastic. You know, the whole like, oh yeah, but this must be a need, and I'm like, we're different people. I guess this is where it stops. Some other people would probably jump to another relationship right away. Yeah. I got lots of these questions, but you gotta see your partner as an addition to your life, not as a life itself. Whew, I've been down that road a couple times already. Relationships are not needs. Now, we're all kind of on the similar side of this. However, I'm gonna play devil's advocate, obviously, because I can tell you how my relationships ended, or like my conversations ended, and yeah, there are quite a lot of enough people would suggest it's the other way. It's like a it's kind of like this. situation, right? As opposed to like this situation. So I'm sure you can fill in the blanks for that. I want to elevate someone's life, but also know that I can't possibly also be, I can do as much as I can, but I can't complete what is not complete. You may think it's that broken heart. Yeah. So like I want to elevate someone, not complete what's missing. I don't think the person that I would spend the rest of my life with needs anything to be completed per se. I think they're complete, and I like to think that they think that I'm a completed person. Can you be a companion to yourself? Ooh, heck no. Sorry, that I've been asked this question too. Like, I don't like myself. I wouldn't be a companion to myself. Yeah. Yeah, I can't be a companion to myself. That is insufferable. All the things I have, I wouldn't duplicate myself. Like, all the things I have, that means I don't provide anything for myself. What do you mean? I'm always chopping it up with myself, having conversations in my head. Yeah, it was there was this conversation that I had with someone else that said like, oh man, why can't they be more like me? Why can't they be the everything, like why can't they read my mind? It basically paraphrased into, why can't it be easy and they read my mind? And then my first thought was, well, do you want the objective truth or the subjective truth? Well, it's astronomically impossible, nearly highly improbable, maybe another time stream or something like that, to find someone who is like you in that way, even in a way that you're saying, even on a superficial level. The subjective nature is that oftentimes relationships and experiences are shared due to the melding, right? Due to the exchange of the things. So if you think you need someone that is you, then I would suggest, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, start there. You got to start there. Build yourself up, because oftentimes that can become the biggest burden in a relationship, in my opinion. Like, personally, it's highly likely going to be the burden, the strain on the relationship, when you yourself don't have enough, ironically, self-love in order to know that you don't need another part of yourself. Like, what I mean is, you don't need another yourself. You are complete, right? And you're looking for someone just as complete and willing to elevate each other, not looking for someone that's solely there to serve you, to fill your whims, like to fill your damage or your lacking. It's a very contentious point. What I'm saying is, that's one of my perspectives on having interpersonal relationships. There are many others. I think there are very lucky people out there who happens to complete each other, and they're beautiful. It's magical. My comment I'm making is that it is also very lucky and incredibly astronomically circumstantial. If they're keepers, they're keepers. So know when to see those. But honestly, I'm gonna take a jab at Sub-Zero. I don't, but I stack the deck for me. Like, in my favor, I don't I don't think of things as mere luck and mere coincidence. At least in my opinion. I try not to make them into mere luck and pure coincidence. So a lot of times maybe that's why I have a perspective where things work out as opposed to things feel tenuous and fleeting. I should know, right? Or at least I feel like I should know, considering that most of my job and most of my experiences are watching people grow up and then leave. Grow up and leave. Not that it's like identical one-to-one on someone's interpersonal relationships. Still, if I shared 6 good years with someone, it's 6 good years. If I shared 6, I don't know, mediocre or bad years, it's still 6 years that I'm going to try and make things work. So it might not be the first, might not be the last. You could say that also contributes to the divorce rate. Who knows? Earnestly, many people who stayed together went in not relying on the idea that they were going to be together, but they were relying on the idea that they will take things, steps at a time. Even the most damaged, traumatized people found the greatest long-lasting relationships when they were able to take it a day at a time, right? They might, in the back of the head, say, oh, it could all end in 7 years. But the focus is not on whether they are in a relationship forever or for 7 years. Optimistically, the focus is on, are you willing to try? And I'm more in that court. I'm like 70% in that court. 30% in the, yeah, let's just rip off the band-aid. I'm not interested. Get out. Sorry, that was a little cruel. But it's like some people would really champion that, like say, no, it's not worth it. Like, I totally understand. I get it. Like, I get it on principle. Right? Investments. Time is money. Time is life. In this case. All right.
男の子
otoko no ko. I really now we really gotta finish this. My Chinese lesson is the shortest today, but we're pushing it. Okay.
別れ
Sengetsu. Sengetsu. In no way I'm challenging anyone's way of living and stuff. I hope that's clear. Like, the thing I shared was, I didn't even realize we're on the same exercise. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, just as a disclaimer, I don't think people really watch these things or even stay long enough for these things to make a cogent response. I'm not here to change anyone's approach to life or how to get into a relationship and whatnot. I think the world is very big. It's very vast. There are a lot of people. And I don't think there's any mathematical reason or subjective reason that all the things we talked about, all of the above, can coexist. Right? That whole, like, there's someone out there for someone. Hello there, Liam. You're here. Yeah, so whether we agree or disagree and all that stuff, there's gotta be someone. That's the bottom line. And talking about these things may give more opportunity. I don't think not talking about them removes opportunity. At least we can agree with that, right? At least I hope we can agree with that. More experiences, more opportunities, more perspectives lead to more potential opportunity. So whether they're useful or not, at least it's out there to allow you to make a decision. It does sound like how I approach introducing myself to a girl, but And I think the wishful thinking is that either you live alone happily or you live with someone happily. And I would say another thing as well. However, I don't think that's appropriate. None of us are dating, so it's all good to have these different views. At some point, we all find someone somewhat like-minded as a partner. Interesting. Honestly, I'm actually kind of curious what it would be like to try a relationship with an unlike-minded partner. If two partners expect to have an unlike-minded partner, would they be considered like-minded? You know what I mean? If two partners deliberately expect that their partner would be not like-minded, would that be considered being like-minded on the basis of not like-minded? Well, opposite, and we're not talking about opposites attract, sorry. The opposite attract thing is it includes that though. It includes that. It is one of the subsets. But being not like-minded means that they are not coherent. So yes, the opposite attracting is definitely one of them. That means that they're unlike-minded. Oh, we're not going down this loophole. Because for me, that's what my that's who I'm looking for in a partner. You see what I mean? Like, I don't go into a relationship thinking that the person has to live and breathe like me. Like, I don't like being my own companion. Sub-Zero. Like, I already said that. Like, I don't like being my own companion. It's not entertaining, it's not intellectually stimulating, it's not rewarding to meet someone who's similar to me. It's actually quite remarkably interesting to meet someone unlike-minded. If the goal was to lose and you win, and did you really win or lose? It's the goal to win. It's winning, because I've already done that. For me personally, I lose with style. That's what it's called. I lose to paint another narrative. If someone's gonna win, I can lose by making it an interesting narrative. So, like, if you're talking about like goals or like, for example, doing the dishes, right? For example, well, I'll just make doing the dishes as fun as I can. And then what was the reward? Well, my partner knows that I like doing the dishes. It speaks for itself. So did I really lose by doing the dishes, or did I win by knowing how to do the dishes and enjoy it? When I lose, I win, and when I win, I still win. I've been in like a roommate situation for a while. Like, I'm the person that if no one's gonna do the dishes, I'll do the dishes, but I'll certainly do the dishes in the best way I can. And that's probably all you can manage to do. And sometimes hard work speaks for itself, right? If Duolingo doesn't work, I'll certainly make the best attempt to make Duolingo work the best it can, and let other people determine whether that's a waste of time or not. So it's kind of the viral internet thing, right? Where like, I did X, Y, and Z, so you don't have to. You don't have to. Only I'm not even saying the you don't have to thing. Or I'm not even drawing attention that I did it. The situation is it will speak for itself, so I don't have to do it. I don't have to tell you what I did. The question is, can you determine what the value is? demonstrate. It's a meritocracy thing. I guess you can thank Chinese for. Dang, nobody doing the dishes. I actually here's a funny no I in team, but there's no I in win. There is an I in win. What? Oh, there is an I. Oh no, sorry, you missed a word. There's I in win. Yeah, true. Sorry, I misread your thing. Here's a good situation. Oh no, I think I lost it. No, I had a good example. Oh man, I had such a good example. I don't know where I'm going anymore. Oh well, maybe it'll come back to me. Something about nobody doing the dishes. Like the dishes clean. Oh, here's my short story. Another short story. Dishes. When this might be a cultural thing, so we'll chalk it up to Japanese and Chinese. I don't know if Japanese and Chinese do the same thing. I don't think it's actually customary in Japanese. It might be in it's common in Vietnamese though. Vietnamese, and Chinese a lot of times. Sometimes. When about dishes, if I get hosted, right, in a meal, the first thing my parents and I tend to do when we get hosted is actually we offer to do the dishes. And depending on your culture, they either say like, no, you sit there, you enjoy. That's perfectly fine. But the thing is, someone's got to do the dishes. So like, I have been in many situations where I do the dishes and take the opportunity to talk to the company. So yes, you might be saying like, well, now you're saying, is it losing if there wasn't a game? If I wasn't even playing the game in the first place? I wasn't even playing the game in the first place. So when you start thinking like, well, host cleans unless guest doesn't mind helping, that's a cultural difference, right? That's a cultural preference. What I'm saying here is I have habits that I don't play just the game. I don't play in the game. I play with and outside the game. Like a game of life is bigger than that. So if someone wants me to clean dishes because they don't want to clean dishes, well, we're gonna have to make it do more than just cleaning dishes, right? If I'm gonna go to the grocery store and I know that two people don't like going to the grocery store, I'm gonna offer to do the groceries for them. Like, hey guys, I'm going to the grocery store. Do you want anything? Because and it's not, you don't explain it because, oh yeah, because I noticed you guys don't like doing groceries and whatnot. Clean my dishes. Well, here's the thing. I kid you not. You only hear those things when you are also part of the problem, or when you are also part of that situation. Since I tend to offer to do things, those situations do not come up very. In fact, they reciprocate. People reciprocate when you're initiate. So if everyone's playing the cat and mouse game with who does the dishes, then you have to wonder, you have to ask yourself, who's gonna stop the cycle, right? if you're thinking to yourself, oh yeah, no, don't worry about it, like that I won't hurt their feelings. We can, like, I'm not doing the dishes, it's their turn to do the dishes. Then what are your friends like? Well, the likelihood is all your friends are thinking the same thing because they're your friends. You're like, they're your friends. They probably share some quote unquote like-mindedness. As we had mentioned, when you're projecting, that's kind of how it works. If you're keeping like track of who does the dishes, then most likely the people around you will keep track of who does the dishes, which is functional, right? But you can make it functional. For me, if so happens I go to the kitchen and I see dirty dishes, I clean it. And then my friends are like, oh, they can't stand the sight of dishes either. So whenever they see dishes, they clean it too. And we're alike in that way, because when we see something dirty that needs organized, we organize it. So because of my tendencies of how I present myself and express myself, people around me do the same thing. So they enhance each other. They continue to do each other. So if you're wondering like, oh, why are my friends are constantly trolling me? I'm not. You're attracting certain, like, it's not necessarily victim blaming, because having friends is an extra thing. It's a special thing. It's extra, right? You can live alone if you want and take on all the responsibility. I'm a sucker for investing. So if I bought this common gone for relationship, it's a relationship. Friendship is a relationship. Cleaning is just a relationship. Like, I'm super grateful for the people in my life, but here's the why it's related to being unlike-minded. My friends, I would say, and I think they would agree, my friends and I, if I had to be real with my friend and I think they would agree that we don't have a lot of interesting things to talk to each other. Like, we are very, like, it's very similar. So if you get us to like react to something, it will be very similar. So we rarely share that deep thinking level that would be interesting. So the rest is just tends to be whatever the situation is, it tends to end up resolving very similarly. And that, I truly believe, is a consequence of how you express yourself openly, maybe directly or indirectly, explicitly. I tend to try to do my stuff implicitly. If I go to wash dishes, I naturally believe that with enough frequency and the people around me, they would also do the same. Now, Sub-Zero says your uni dorm mates sure didn't reciprocate. The question is, did you like doing dishes? Are you still talking about dishes? We're using dishes now as a metaphor. The question is, do you genuinely have expressed that whatever you did, you enjoyed doing it? Or you found ways to enjoy doing it or show and demonstrate that it's meaningful? If you didn't, then of course they're not going to reciprocate. Not out of joy, but you did them? Yeah, of course. Then your roommates would most definitely don't think you're gonna do it. Like, heck no. Look at how miserable Sub-Zero is. Why would I want to make myself miserable in that case, if that's your relationship with your roommate? Oh, you thought in general. No, I'm talking about attracting and expressing, right? You can even be explicit about it. Like, I know this might not work out in all cases. I'm being a little hand wavy. Like, I would say, hey guys, I would love to, like, I've done the dishes a couple times. Like, I've noticed that we could do something about doing our dishes, right? How about if I do these, you do that, right? But you don't do the thing where you suggest doing something that you haven't already done for a while. Now, the question is, how do you compromise on this? Like, what you can be is proactive about it. Like, hey guys, you know what? I got an idea. We have these Tupperware, right? If we do this, we cut down on dishes. And then I'll still wash the dishes, but it will be less dishes for me to wash. Right? The idea is that, no, they're not going to wash any more dishes. But the thing is, you have to make less dishes for you to wash. At least in my opinion. I feel like it could backfire though. They might use you for it if they see that you enjoy doing it anyway. Those are your dorm mates. Sub-Zero. It still comes down to, if you are thinking that and your dorm mates are thinking that, then you and your dorm mates deserve each other. I'm just saying. Like, if you're already thinking that, then you're in the wrong, you're not in the situation. So you leave that situation, right? And how do you find people who don't think that? Well, you have to start by not thinking about that. Like, what I mean is, if you know that's what they're going to do, then there's a high chance that they have thought about doing that too. So the next time, then you spin the wheel and go find other, you go try again. And again, problem is solved though. You got your own place. Yeah, and now you do all your dishes. Meanwhile, here's my situation. Every once in a while, I forgot to do the dishes and it's already done for me. And then I go up to the person and I say, thanks. My bad. I totally forgot that I left it in there. Like, oh, no worries. Like, I just happened to be near the sink, so I got it done. Like, nice. At least they're your dishes. Full responsibility. There you go. Autonomy, right? Full responsibility. You are responsible for your own dishes. And for me, some days I sit there and I'm like, man, I'm really hungry. And my friends come home with pizza. If you don't like that type of experience, then yeah, live alone. Right? Those are the trade-offs. That's how, that's what investing is, right? And I wouldn't give it up. I not that I'm living alone, and also not that I have this situation. Whenever my parents need something, I get up, do it. When I need something, or when I don't do anything, my parents provide something. So it's a different dynamic. You get invited to stuff, right? And I invite people to stuff. It's not for everyone though. It almost sounds like someone is not a relationship, but they're not. Just kidding. I like clean dishes and you clean your dishes. I like clean and you clean your dishes. Here's what I would negotiate. If you were doing negotiation, right? If we're gonna do negotiations, I would say I like to do dishes if you present something you prefer to do. So I will do laundry if you fold clothing. Right? You like folding clothing? That's fine too. Right? So that is non-repetitive. Non-substitution. Right? And that's kind of a good negotiation, in my opinion, and a more appropriate negotiation. Because you're negotiating something that maybe it's hard to compare. And in my opinion, that's a non-competitive situation. Yes, it can still go sour, right? It can still go south. If you have a partner or roommates that say one is more important than the other, right? Or this is more important than the other. And my rebuttal would be this is us, not you against me. if we're not us, then what is a relationship? And when I think about my friends, when I clean dishes and I go out and ask them stuff, I think us. We share a place, not who is more responsible for doing the things. And the people around me systematically will eventually become that, because if you don't already do that yourself, how are the chances that you are going to see that quality in other people? Let alone take a gamble and think you can. Like, what I mean is, if you're not nice already, how do you say that you know what a nice person is, for example? Or if you're not, like, I know this sounds like really tough, and it could be like in a defeatist kind of situation, but you don't have to be like culturally sensitive or completely competent or immersed in the situation. But if you truly think you're a helpful person, you are helpful already without explainers, and the people around you will tend to be helpful because you see helpful people, others. If you're thinking, again, it's a probability. Not all people are going to be that. You're going to hit different distance. It's true for everything, right? I try to do it's quality time. I know. Yeah. I try to oh, you're talking about I try to do this with my girlfriend sometimes, not gonna lie. Like, I'll easily make the food if she does the dishes for it, or the other way around, but she refuses every time, and I want us to do both equally, but it's like it's the work. It's quality time. Yeah. I feel like this is more you and your girlfriend needing quality time to discuss things than anything. Honestly though, I'm gonna be real here. I probably can say what I'm saying now is because I like doing things for people. For people I trust. I like doing things for people I trust. And respect, obviously, but trust is probably further down the line. So if you have trust, you typically have respect already. So because of that, it's not an inconvenience. Yeah, no, it was off topic. Just thought of it now that you said the negotiating thing. Yeah, the negotiating thing. I think negotiating. Here's one last thing. Negotiating is a temporary state. In my opinion, negotiating is not a permanent state. So if you're making a business transaction, negotiating, right? You're looking to invest to turn it into something bigger, more stable than it. So when you're saying, I'll do the dishes, you'll do the dishes if I cook, that's temporary. Like, okay, now how do we get this to the point where, okay, so doing the dishes is not too bad, and doing cooking is not too bad. How do we get to that point? Like, oh, hey, check this out. This cooking, do you like this? Do you want me to show you how to make this? And then the other times, like, oh, you're doing this. No, I got this time. A negotiation is a lead. It's a path to, like, it's a bridge to make a better deal, like a escalating deal. I feel like a lot of times people, in my opinion, when they do like money matters and like business transactions and debates, they end the debate. They end the thing with a band-aid, and they expect that band-aid to stay on there forever. Like, oh, I fixed this problem. Oh, that's okay. You know, meanwhile, it's like slowly leaking. It's like, oh, I just put some duct tape on that pipe. We'll fix it next time. Like, it's a good fix. It's fixed. We don't have to worry about it. Meanwhile, like a year down the road, the pipe just burst. And so working towards to replace the pipe, that's kind of how I think about it. I think a lot of times negotiation is fixing a sinking ship, as opposed to working on repairing the ship. Like, you put a band-aid on it, Like, oh yeah, this is a problem. Let's negotiate. Right? This has become a problem. We need someone to do the dishes. That's when the negotiation happens. Oftentimes, I actually negotiate when that problem doesn't come up. Like, that problem has already been taken care of. Like, for example, I would do Titanic song again. Like, I would do the dishes for several months and then talk about it in advance because it is a negotiation. It is something that I can show that it's important to keep this. It's important to know that what is being done. However, we can do it differently. Like, let's work on getting a better deal, right? That, in my opinion, is the element of negotiation that has since been lost in terms of like the layman things, right? When you think of unionization, like employment, employee and employer relations, you renegotiate all the time, and that renegotiation is a constant need to try to get to a better deal for both sides. Now, if you're in a relationship, you're constantly trying to improve that, up the ante, offer more, so that one day it doesn't seem like a negotiation anymore. It seems more like, I don't know why we even complained about doing dishes. Like, now we kind of just fight over whoever does the dishes quicker. It's like, I prefer to fight over who can do the dishes quicker than not doing the dishes at all. Who can avoid doing the dishes. At least that's my opinion. Sorry, like, oh my gosh, we've been doing this for 3 hours, but anyways. But if you're taking advantage of someone to helping you with a lot of things, but if you're taking advantage of someone to helping you with a lot of things, then you yourself will probably be with someone who will take advantage of you too. That's probably what I would go with. You are more likely to end up having someone battle for taking advantage of each other. It takes someone who's willing to take advantage of someone. Now, that's not to say that you can't find a sucker. That's predatorial. So we're not talking, hopefully we're not talking about that type of thing. That's a very unfortunate. That's a very unfortunate situation. I totally understand. We're painting the bad actors scenario, and someone who doesn't even come to negotiations and whatnot. This convo about dishes almost had me turn the tap on for these dishes. But you're living alone, so zero. You can do the dishes whenever you want. No, I'm kidding. I micro do everything. So like I eat, then I wash the dishes. And then when I see dishes, I do the dishes. They've been stacking up. Oof. All right. We're done. There's still a reason why I live alone. Like, I'm not saying that is most ideal. It's hard to find people. Like, think about all the things I'm saying. And I totally agree that most of the things you guys are talking about happens more often. I agree. Like, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I'm really in tune with the human condition. The thing is, that's why my friends are that much more special to me personally. Like, I don't have a lot of friends. I don't think I have had a lot of friends to begin with, ever. So you count your odds. How much behavioral consequences do you need to roulette? How much? So you settle for more, in my opinion. I think being a little bit cynical, being a little bit more selfish allows you to compromise more often with more people. So you can see yourself living with a lot more people or living alone, right? Those are the strong things. I don't mind living. Yeah, you need friends like that. Well, Honestly, if you went out and DM'd them, they probably be your friends. Not in a living situation, but what I mean is like, if you ended up DMing my friends and wanting to talk about something serious, they probably give you the time of day. It's no different here. I earnestly believe that my friends are very, very close to me. Not in the sense of we share a lot of experiences. We actually share very little experiences together because it takes a very long time before we have different experiences. Being alike makes for a very boring relationship, but it is most certainly harmonious. How similar you guys are, the less likely you have something to share unless you actually literally share those experiences. You don't either, but I got one best friend and everyone else is acquaintances. Yeah. I talk to my friends like once a year. If I'm lucky. And no, it's not because we're not available to each other. It's I don't know. It's what happens when you're living with like people who relate to you so dramatically. I kid you not. The first conversation we had was a month ago, I think. And we had to schedule it after like over a year. And get to okay. I really got to get on this.
彼氏
彼氏と
別れ
別れました。I'm finally past the unit. Majority of yours are in your hometown, but I can't visit there very often. I also feel like I kind of pushed away a lot of people after getting in a relationship. My girlfriend is my best. Well, if your girlfriend is your best friend, then you gotta work on it. You know? You've been burned by friends. I see. So have I. I wouldn't give it up. I've been burned by lots of people. I've been burned by acquaintances, colleagues, coworkers, bosses. I wouldn't give up. I try and try again. That might be the little engine that could kind of thing, but I don't think there's enough trauma in the world for me to stop trying to believe in people. I think that's for me, I don't think that's a life. So, not to like talk about other people or whatnot. I still tend to give it a chance. Largely because of where I am in my life. If you can't afford to do that, then yes, by all means. Like if you're mentally strung out and unable to be vulnerable in that way, that is most certainly something you must choose yourself. In my experience, mixing work and friends is a recipe for disaster. I don't have any work friends, so I guess indirectly I default to the same sentiment.
週末
週末と Oops.
と
週末彼氏と
彼氏と
デートをしました。
デートしました。
Wait. Oh no, I still have one more exercise. It could be in school too, even a group project can mess up a friendship. I can see that. Wait, were you friends before the school project? Because we're talking about a very different situation here. Are you talking about... Because if I work with a group project with my friends, which typically that's not how that happens, I know my friends well enough, at least I think, that it wouldn't mess it up. Now the question is, how did it mess up your friendship in your group? Does that mean there was something you didn't understand about your friend? Because for me, if something comes up, like a conflict or something, your friends are there. You resolve it. There's, you expect problems. I'm not saying my friends and I live in harmony and we don't get at each other or, annoy each other or something. That is very rarely the case. And in a group project, we expect a lot of stress, a lot of problems come up and whatnot. And if your friendship doesn't survive that, then you weren't good friends to begin with. At least in my opinion. Like the cold, like really, really cold. But if your friendship can't survive a project, boy, that I feel like that's more like ripping off the band-aid now. I think from time to time there are many things that challenges my friendship with people, and I welcome them, because if my friends don't understand that it's a challenge to our friendship, then I'm not entirely sure we're friends. So finding all the excuses to break up your friendship seems like there was already problems beforehand. Your group dealt with a good friend for a really important group project one time, and it changed the whole dynamic. We had mismatched goals, and because he didn't put in any effort, it felt almost disrespectful. And now you know. Good thing that project helped you realize that that other friend was not up to your mindedness. So in my opinion, sorry for your loss, but also in the grand scheme of things, the question is, if not then, when is it going to happen? Right? Like, if it wasn't the group project, when do you think that was going to happen? There are chances where you like recover and do the thing, right? It's almost disrespectful, that kind of thing. You can recover from that. However, if it's that devastating, when would it happen if not in the group project? The good friends that I described myself, oof, we've been through a lot. There are some things that I feel like I cannot share. However, we've been through a lot. Quite a lot. I think a group project sounds almost refreshing as an intellectual challenge that we would take on just to see where we are as friends. Yeah. Like I don't have a partner, right? I don't have a partner. So if I had a partner, the first thing my partner would say is like, this is going to be very challenging. It's like, all right, that's fine. We'll take it on together. That's what I say to my friends. Like, oh, this is going to be stressful. We got to do all this. It's like, where do I sign up? If your load is so heavy, 2 people, we can share the load. We got any more friends? Let's call them up. Let's divide the load by 4. Right? So it strikes to me that you've discovered a nature of your so-called good friend, and now you don't have that person to disappoint you and disrespect you later down the road. Maybe at your wedding. I don't know. You don't know. At least that's my opinion. You haven't talked to him since? What mainly bothers me is that he seemed motivated at determined going into it, so I almost felt tricked when I realized he was gonna slack. Yeah, true. Yeah, that sucks. Sub-Zero. And my question to you is, did you learn anything from it? Like, Are you finding ways to balance out not ending up in that situation again? It could make you very cynical, obviously, right? Like there are other things. You can be cynical and avoidant. That's perfectly a reasonable take, a response on it, but it can be a great learning experience. And yeah, I can tell you that I've been in that position more than once, multiple times. I wouldn't be able to make the friends I have today without the experience that I've garnered in learning from situations like, at least in my opinion, right? Well, those people became examples for how to improve upon that. You have been avoidant, to be honest, though. Yeah, like you said, it could be good to rip the band-aid off too and have it revealed, though. Yeah, and even better than ripping the band-aid off, healing and protecting the cut, right? Healing and protecting the cut if it's possible. So how do you be a sucker, I suppose? I've been called a sucker, so I'm gonna use that. I've been called a sucker for a very long time, and being soft, being thin-skinned, or whatever, all those, like being like a rollover, a pushover, that kind of thing, or being a sycophant, all those things. With every like unfortunate experience, that only led me to be more and more proactive about my experience. So I don't get into trouble as much as I do now, not necessarily because I chose to be more avoidant. I actually take even more chances. The thing is, in my opinion, with that experience, I take chances. I know when not to go too deep. What I mean is, I can take my steps more efficiently and with a bit more confidence in the steps in a way to determine things now, because I have experience. So not only did it not reduce my number of attempts to make new friends and business partners and whatnot, it actually increased the frequency, because I can rely on myself and the friends I have now to navigate it. So you can choose to be proactive, or you can choose to be avoidant. And I do a mix of both, right? There are times like, slowly step out the door. Like, there are times I know when I'm over my depth, so I still step away from certain things. For sure. I step away from things far less frequently with more experience than I actually do with more experience. I think in general, that is not true for most people. Like, what I mean is, the people that I have talked to, they become more and more avoidant in order to not have to develop, in my opinion, this might be a little victim blaming, so take it with a grain of salt. I choose to improve my own aptitude in the situation. So if I can learn from something, I choose to do that and then increase my odds as opposed to decrease my odds. So one can definitely choose to be traumatized and like avoid it completely and still live very happily. Know that because you're avoidant, you no longer have that option. So whenever you ask yourself, man, all my group project experiences are negative now, the question is, are you still doing the exact same thing you're doing before? Now you have the extra baggage of the trauma and the cynicism. When it rains, it pours. So if one bad experience mars things you have to do in the future, like work with other people in a group project again, and you choose not to improve upon it and decide to spend the time avoiding it, I think the most objective way to go about it is, if you're avoiding it, then you got to avoid the trigger event as much as possible, which is doable for some people, right? If you don't like working in groups, you pivot to a career that you largely only work in as a solo person, right? You find all the things that you can continue to avoid them. Alternatively, I do the opposite most of the time. I try to think of proactive ways to safeguard myself and learn from those. So then I can go into a relationship. This is kind of, now we're going to go back to where we spiraled 3 hours ago, right? Why do I feel like it's not awkward when other people think it's awkward to approach someone and ask them and invest? It's largely because I kept doing it. I kept doing it. Like, how do I get better at communication? I kept at it. It's hard work. Lots of people got they took advantage of me a lot of times, opportunistically. Not like in a, we're talking about more like normal things like career advancements and credits and things like that. Plenty of times. Plenty of times. Does it hurt? It can sting a little. It can't be worse than the first time. Like, what I mean is, it can't be worse than being blindsided. Blindsided is when the trauma happens. So that is already gone. It's past. That kind of thing. You kind of choose your poison at this point. I choose my poison. I build a intolerance. I build a tolerance to it, I suppose, and then navigate it, right? At least that's how I go about it. Like, for example, how would I start playing League of Legends nowadays? Ooh-wee, would that be a fun social experiment?
Sensei.
I bet some people will want to see that.
4
No, I'm not playing League of Legends. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't want to. Avoidant behavior activate. Sensei 呼んで
4を言ってください。
Do it. Okay.
鳥
Good talk. Good talk. Now I'm gonna get to my Chinese lessons. I promise. Most toxic game with nice guy. I think that role was already taken, right? What was his name? I watched 2 people who streamed like League of Legends for a really long time, and they're incredibly chill, and they just kept doing the same thing. Like, what I mean is, they just do their own thing. It was Sarchez? Yeah, shout out to Sarchez. I don't know if he's still playing League of Legends though. Pretty sure his name was Sarchez or something like that. He played Nasus top lane. And he kept playing, chill guy. Everyone, you know, the bad, like toxicity and all that. Like, he just keep going. Super chill. That's probably as close as I'll get to saying what it's like. If you, I think his name was like this, Sarchez. I don't know if he streams anymore. It's been a really long time. I haven't played League of Legends. I should do it. Oh, I won't have time to do it. I got language learning. Okay.
その
その通り。その通りは死にません。
しません
How else are we gonna yap like this? Would it be toxic to yap during League of Legends game? Oh no. Oh no, I would get banned so fast. I did play League of Legends like on stream actually. I did stream some League of Legends for a while actually.
あの
No, it was a long time ago though. Get canceled. No,
女
onna hito tachi. Hito tachi. Tachi wa
は は
I really dislike this.
は
Oh no, just kidding. It's not the same one. Yume.
ゆです
It's not the same one. The
タク
other
シ
one.
ーを呼びましょ
Who did I play? I played support and junglers. So during my season times, I was a support player. So most of the time is any initiator that's in the jungle. I was utility jungle and utility support. So anyone that had a shield or an initiator, especially one that can initiate on an ult. So, you know, yeah, Malphite, Nautilus, Thresh, Blitzcrank. Anything that has a bind or an initiate, a play setter. So like Lux. Any person that has a bind where you hit, like Morgana. You know, flash initiate. Lana bind, flash initiate, you're one up. That's any of those characters. We're not talking about like picking potential. They're like what I mean is like speed potential, like a Rammus or something. Go behind, pull them out of lane, that kind of thing. Not a gank thing. We're talking about team fights. So build, team fight to the end. Lana Q, and initiate. Flash in, hit your ultimate, and initiate. Because those are the things that I think does not have a lot of that's the fill role, right? You lead. Who's not gonna get most of the kills and whatnot? You lead, the initiator. You keep your team safe, you initiate. Because you don't sit around on a lane and wait on people. You enable them. So you go in. If I mess up the call, it's like, my bad, guys. That was a bad initiation. And you do it again. You work on initiating. Constant pick, initiate. Pick, initiate. That's pretty much what I played in League of Legends. Whether your team is really far behind, you get a pick, you initiate on it, you hope your team can secure the kill. If at all, the worst thing is 1-1. That was a bad call, then we do it again. not the bad call. You wait on lane for a sec. I see. Yeah. Played quite a lot of League of Legends. Not so League of Legends. Back in day. タクシーを呼びましょう。はい。呼びましょう。
あの女の子は可愛いですね。
League is too time committing for you. I understand. I also played Overwatch. I Overwatch from like season 1 to like closed beta all the way to like season 13 or something, 13 or 14. Can you guess what I played? I'll let you guess what I played.
あの女の子は可愛いですね。女の子、女の子は
かわいいですね。
ですね。あの女の子は可愛いですね。
兄の夫はカナダ人です。
Yeah, I played Overwatch. I streamed a little Overwatch. Not any comp play. It was after I comp played. You've been to LANs? Oh, that's neat. I haven't ever been to a LAN thing. Maybe sometime when I'm like 60. No, I'm kidding. There's no guarantee I'll have fun for 45 minutes and you can't simply exit the game. Guarantees to have fun in the game. You're waiting to guarantee yourself to have a fun in game? Man. I actually don't know the name. I only played the beta. I'm guessing you played that pig guy? Yeah? Yeah. Roguehog. Roguehog is one of the players. One of the heroes. Because initiation in a pick. You got it? But Roguehog is... He's like, okay. He's like, okay. He's more like a solo champ. Yeah, doesn't he have a hook like Thresh? Yeah, he does. When I'm solo playing, I pick a Roguehog sometimes. But there are other roles that people don't play. That's why I initially thought of him. Yeah, but he doesn't initiate. He can't initiate. Roguehog. Well, you can like do really crazy things, and he can't. Yeah, you have to be a leader. Have to be a leader. It's kind of funny because in Overwatch, some of the earlier days, your ultimate is initiator. So you can like push your team to initiate by using a support ultimate and a tank ultimate. I played a tank and a support. So like Mercy, Lucio, Reinhardt, Diva, pretty much all your initiators, and your support. Your support can initiate. Obviously, Lucio is an initiator. So, and a response. You played that one who flied around with the stars. With the stars. Oh. You mean like Genji? Do you mean like ninja stars? Or Mercy? Mercy's a chick. Wait, what are you talking about? Yeah, Genji is I don't know what Sub-Zero is talking about. I don't know what he's referring. Diva? Diva is a chick. Yeah, if you're talking about Diva. Zarya. Ani. Let's see. Ani no
兄の夫はカナダ人です。
兄の夫はカナダ人です。
あの女の人たちは有名です。
That's who she reminds me of at least? Oh, you're talking about the Samus chick. Well, she doesn't have stars, but no, Diva is the one in the mech. You're talking about Farah, the one with the rocket launcher. Man, none of us know Nazer wheeling up. Yeah, Farah is the one with the wings and the rocket launcher. Who has flight. That looks kind of like Samus. Maybe. That's the closest thing to Samus. Diva is the one in the mech. And the one with the stars is Genji. And then Echo is the robot, is the AI flying robot. But we don't know where... Are you talking about Kunai? The one with the Kunai? That was introduced really, really late. The one with the box mask. I actually stopped playing Overwatch before her introduction. Kiriko. Kiriko wears a mask and throws kunai. Or she has a mask. Or like a head guard, and sometimes she has outfits that have masks and stuff. But she's the fox. Oh, you played OG Overwatch. Yeah, so the one with the stars is Genji. Yeah. Yeah, Kiriko... Technically, she was in OG, but... Oh, no. Was she in OG? I think it was... I think she might have been OG before OW2. But way, way later. Like, super later.
あの女の人たちは有名です。
And Echo was like really, really far down. Did I play Valorant? No, I stopped playing competitive. I stopped playing comp games after Overwatch. Overwatch was my last comp game. Like, Overwatch 1 was my last comp game. Someone convinced me to play Overwatch 2 for a little bit, though. And then that was it. There was nothing else. No PUBG, no BRs. Yeah, none of those things. You played the hamster ball? Wrecking ball? Okay. They did get I think the last thing that was introduced before I stopped playing was the floating guy. Oh, I don't even know his name anymore. The floating tank guy who has a deployable shield. He likes the opera. The German guy. What was his name? Sigma. Yeah, I think Sigma. Oh, I don't even think he's German, actually. Sigma was the last guy. I don't even think he's German. He just strikes me as German-esque. But Sigma was the last guy before I stopped playing Overwatch. Sigma. Yeah, they did nerf Wrecking Ball. Yeah, thanks, Flash. Yeah, Sigma was the last guy. I stopped playing comp. I don't know if I'll ever play comp things anymore. In general. Yeah, we're doing lessons.
あの女の人たちは有名です。あの
No.
あの女の人たちは有名です。女のあの女の人たちは有名です。
人たちは有名です。
有名です。
彼を呼びます。
I feel so excluded for not liking League, Valorant, Overwatch, or CSGO. Like, all the games have such a small player base in comparison. One day I'm hoping for a mainstream game that I actually like. I mean, you play Wukong with like 2 million people. I know what you're talking about. I'm being a troll here. Oh, well, I'm kind of being serious and kind of not being serious. Like, partially serious. I'm like half serious about what yeah, but I mean multiplayer game. Yeah, sure. You and your multiplayer games. Way to sound like an edgelord. Like that I can actually play for a long-lasting period? Yeah. I think the longest game that I have currently that is technically a multiplayer game with with one of the largest audience is probably Hearthstone. Hearthstone is probably the longest. How long has it been? 10 years? 10 plus? It's almost at, I think it's eclipsed my longest. Oh no, it's almost 10 years. Oh wait, it is 10 years because I was in beta. Yeah, it's over 10 years. Oh no, it's well over 10 years ago. It's getting to 11 years actually. I played Hearthstone for 11 years. I will call him.
部屋に人が一人います。部屋に人が一人います。部屋
I would love to be a trendy deck builder guy if and when deck builders become mainstream. And you might be thinking, oh, but no, they haven't. But not the least bit. Not the least bit, right? Oh, and I don't want to make it sound like a stickler for details, but constructed competitive game like card games are not the same as deck builders. Deck builders, we're not talking about multiplayer things. Like because you mentioned Souls and like that type of game and whatnot, it's like I would be hands down be willing if deck builders become mainstream. Like you might be thinking, well, isn't that just a good thing? It's like, no, becoming mainstream has its challenges, especially if you're a content creator or want to do something as a hobby. The reason why deck building is kind of doesn't consume my entire life like Duolingo does right now is because more people know about Duolingo and Japanese language learning, sort of, than a deck builder. I actually feel like the ones that think that they know a lot about deck building say the most intrusively toxic things that make reveal how little experience they have with deck building, if I had to be incredibly honest and brutal. And also it goes without saying, it's the same for Duolingo. When someone comes up to you and say like, oh, Duolingo doesn't teach kanji in Japanese, like kanji at all, and my first question is like, do you use Duolingo? It's like, no. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of how I feel about deck building a lot of times. I swear sometimes people say that they play Slay the Spire and then they go out of their way to say something that's not even in Slay the Spire. Meanwhile, Souls games kind of are like that now too, but I think it's selective enough where the vast majority of people are there because they're very passionate and competent about Souls games. I don't think deck builder is there. And language learning is definitely not there. It's kind of humorous how night and day it is. Language learning is far more mainstream than deck building. It's crazy how, like, we have this conversation sometimes when someone says like, oh yeah, streaming, like no one likes to see someone learn language while they're streaming. It's like, yeah, true, but man, language learning is so mainstream compared to like so many things that I do. Like if we're comparing apples and oranges, so whenever you say something like, man, you really like a game that will become mainstream, it's like, you like Souls game. I think you're fine. However, I understand multiplayer. multiplayer. You wanna challenge other people. Makes sense. Maku Marvel Snap. I thought about Marvel Snap. I really like Ben Brode, by the way, because of his Hearthstone, his influence on Hearthstone. And when he went off and announced Marvel Snap, I was like, cool. The downside is it's a mobile game. And what I mean is I don't like doing the whole interface thing between the PC and my personal phone device. That was a little bit of a downer. You love Sekiro and the other FromSoft games. Neo series is your favorite though. The Neo community is the most toxic community I've ever witnessed.
部屋に人が一人います。
The most toxic communities you ever witness are the ones that you are most passionate, generally speaking. Sub-Zero. Because you also end up tolerating them for what they are because you also have a love for it. And you might be thinking, well, Maku, you don't have that, do you? It's like, I can tell you now, the things that I know most, I have most examples of toxicity are the things I've done the longest. That's Hearthstone, Neverwinter, Duolingo. And I'm not talking about like the community itself. I'm talking about knowing the ins and outs of what it's like to be a participant in them. So, because I've been in Neverwinter for over 11 years, you've gone through the ups and downs. So, because of my consistency with that game, you've witnessed, right, the ups and downs, and that's your point of reference. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, not all the longest things, but generally speaking, toxic duo community. The duo community is heckin' wholesome as heck. The consequence of using Duolingo is what is toxic. So I really like the dual, if not a little bit brain rotty. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like reading the comment section, like Spanish or vanish and stuff, but it's largely innocent, wholesome, like echo chamber stuff, right? It's not like targeted at anyone. They're just like celebrating the me being involved in stuff like that. The vast majority people are casual. They're adults who have families, don't have time to like quote unquote take things, language learning seriously, that kind of thing and whatnot. But using Duolingo has been easily one of the most toxic, like without a doubt. They're so, and I'm, you know, I played League of Legends, I played Overwatch. I skipped the CS:GO thing. I didn't do the Counter-Strike thing or the Call of Duty thing. I did play Call of Duty though. Modern Warfare 1 and Modern Warfare 2, like the OG MW1 and MW2 back then. However, it speaks volumes when I say there are things that happen in Neverwinter that cannot be shared online, and it happens all the time in chat, especially back in its heyday, because the generation of the gamers were different. They were 20 to 30-year-olds. They belonged to a different generation, so different topics were shown. That still holds a short candle to the toxicity and the obliviousness and insensitivity that involved me language learning using Duolingo. Now, with that said, you don't see me crying about it, right? Like, it's part of the experience. I was kind of expecting that. I would be shocked and disappointed, actually, disappointed in a pleasant manner if I didn't encounter this toxicity. So there are expectations. Expectations were met as opposed to surprised. So I wasn't pleasantly surprised. So that's fine. Yeah, no, I need to emphasize multiplayer games. The main reason being that from IRL experience, pretty much everyone that I met that shares the same hobby of playing games tend to only play CSGO, League, etc. Growing up, you love FGC, but I haven't met a single person that played these games seriously as well. Like they know what Tekken is, but I never actually. Maybe it's just not popular where you live. Maybe. I played fighting games in the golden age of fighting games. This is the second dawning of the golden age, so it feels great to be part of the FGC. I hope you find someone that shares your passion in FGC. I played the original Street Fighters and the original Mortal Kombat and Tekken. I started with Tekken 2 because I needed to I needed to upgrade console before. I didn't play Tekken, but I had a console upgrade then to play Tekken 2. I played Soul Calibur 1, not Soul Edge, because that was on the Dreamcast. I didn't own a Dreamcast. I stopped buying Sega hardware after Sega CDX. I played Double Dragon. Little do people know there was a fighting game with Double Dragon. I played Art of Fury, which was the one that, or I think it was called Art of Fury. It was like a branch, but it was basically a Fatal Fury game. So I did play all the old ones prior to this generation. Like this new, you know, renaissance of the FGC. You played all the MK games on SNES? Oh, I didn't even realize they ended up on the Super NES. Interesting. I played them on Sega, the Genesis. Especially Mortal Kombat 1. Hey,
部屋に人が一人います。
部屋に
人。部屋に人が一人います。がい
ます。
ます。
部屋に
人が一人います。
Oh, 一人。Wait.
人。部屋に人が一人います。一人。
Oh, really?
部屋に人が一人います。
At least you have experienced the Street Fighter 4 peak? Yeah?
彼らを呼びます。
You're part of the SF6 peak, though. Aren't you playing Terrold right now? Come on. Terrold's a joke, but aren't you hitting up that Terrold right now? Sub-Zero, what the heck? 彼らを呼びます。
東京は人がたくさんいます。
東京。Wait.
東京は人がたくさんいます。
東京は人がたくさん
います。
Okay. Now you play Bison when you drop, and that's your guy right there. Alright, fair enough. No wonder you have no friends. You play Bison. Kidding. That's a Street Fighter joke. Sorry guys, I had to weave that in. Actually, if you said Kimberly, I would also reinforce. No wonder you have no friends. Oh, poor Kimberly. You're still on the fence on Street Fighter 6, I see. Controversial, but I think late SF5 is better than SF6. No wonder you have no friends. Jeez. Sub-Zero, way to be an edgelord. That's probably if you're low-key saying that late Street Fighter is better than Street Fighter, yeah, I think you might have a problem. Not that I think Street Fighter 5 had a long maturation period, so that's perfectly all right. That sounds like a valid point. However, man, I would say you're opening up a can of worms there. I watch a lot of fighting games. Like I watch Max play a lot. It gets me nostalgic. I don't want to play comp anymore though. Like I'm gonna be, if the only one of the biggest ways to get me to do anything is to do it yourself. So if you're doing it yourself and you're passionate about it, then there's a very likelihood that I will participate as well. However, if you're like on the fence and you have no time to commit to something, you're out of touch with something, that rarely gets my interest going. We're going back to like the whole relationship thing again. Sub-Zero, we have a relationship here, okay? If you're asking me to play like for example, Cozy, if you're asking me to play League of Legends, then we have to be committal and play League of Legends together in a very manner of which that you want to see it. That's probably the more likely case scenario. So yeah, it makes you think, right? It makes you think, why haven't I had an Anki stream yet? Think about it for a moment. For me, if I said what I said was true, when what I say was true, then that would mean that I would have an Anki stream at this point, right? I would drop Duolingo and have an Anki stream at the moment. But there weren't any compelling examples of people I trust who had a mutual respect to even encourage me to do so. It took an email from a solo dev for me to spend like over 15 days, over 100 hours, or 50 hours, plus like the 10 hours for the summary and stuff. That's what it takes. You know, you put your respect and your experience and do it. 1v1v SF battle? I don't own SF6. Goodbye everyone. Wait, じゃあね。
じゃあね。
じゃあね。皆さん。
みんな。
Oh, みんな。Oh, みんな is fine. Okay. Do I do 15 minutes of this? Yeah. I think we're gonna skip this today. I went way too long. We're gonna skip this today. I'll do it a little bit. Minna. Otoko. Minna.
Mina.
Why do you guys go with Mina and Minna? Man?
Mina?
I have to go to the bathroom.
男 人
Soon.
親 姉
Mina.
Minna.
Mina.
So shooting you an email will make you be an early tester of this Atari game in cooking up that you're cooking up? Yeah, we're slacking pretty hard.
男.
皆 おっと 男 妹 皆
娘
娘
男. 男.
Name the cats and dogs.
親
yeah. Whoops.
親皆
Mina.
男娘彼
彼
みん
僕、子、みな、男、みな、男、孫。
Mago. Interesting. Yeah, for now,
3階
I think Sangai.
みな
Interesting. Yeah, that's fine.
みな、みな、
階3階
Sangai.
みな
Okay.
みな
I think right now I'm pretty comfortable with all the things that
4階、
all the things. Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, Kai, that's right. All the things I have going on right now.
鏡、
Kagami.
何階、みな、
Mina.
6階、
Lokai.
みな
Mina.
2階
Ikai.
2階
Huh. I didn't even consider Kai.
1階、みな、6階、 猫、3、
Kai.
3階
1階、
Kai.
3階、
Sangai.
4階、
Yonkai.
肉、
Niku.
みな、
Jukai. Yes.
みな
I'm not speedrunning right now. What are you talking about? This is our normal practice.
男の人、
男の人。男の人。
男の人
Listen,
男の人
I needed to go to the
男
bathroom a couple
男の
like
人
like an hour,
男の人
like 2 hours ago. 男の人。
男の人、
男の人、
どこ？
男の人
男の人男の人
Which, by the way, I know it's the weekend, but Sub-Zero, what the heck? Do you sleep? I sound like a internet video commenter at this point.
みな、
みな、
Like, Sub-Zero, I'm genuinely
Mina.
curious. Like, when did you last sleep?
みなみな
みな
Real talk though,
みな、
I was being real. Like, if you ever come to the U.S., like if you ever like hit
みな
touchdown in New York City, we totally
Mina.
go and spend like get
Mina.
like a hotel room, like 3 days, and totally be chilling out in Flushing, New York for
みな
3 days, jamming as much food as possible. Real talk though. Oh, you know what? Here's another thing about food. You mentioned Taco Bell, like about Taco Bell the other day. Wouldn't that be a problem for your celiac? Like the whole gluten thing? Wouldn't that be like a big thing? Or were you talking about like the idea Taco Bell?
大勢
What was it?
大勢
Because as far as I know, well,
大勢
I guess not Taco Bell, but there are other places that would have like gluten-free options.
大勢
大勢、
大勢、
大勢
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 Oops.
大勢。
大勢。
Oh gosh.
大勢。
大勢。
男の人。
女の人
Oh,
男
I don't want to talk about it.
男の人。
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 男の人
Oh, this lesson
男の人。
has gone so
男
long.
の人。
男の人。
I don't even know what tomorrow's
男の人。
Inktober prompt is right now. All day.
大勢。
Okay.
大勢。
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 大勢
大勢。
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 Sorry.
大勢。
I knew I was gonna
大勢。
do that
大
stroke.
勢
Old habits die hard.
みな。
みな。
It's 6:45. Yeah, I know, right? When was the last time you slept, Cozy?
みな。
みな。みな。
You haven't slept.
みな。
Well, hopefully you get your rest
みな。
at some point.
みな
みな。
みな。
I told myself I wouldn't get carried away and moderate my yap.
みな。
It didn't happen today. Totally worth though. It's a good topic. I talked about these topics when I was playing Like a Dragon. Because Like a Dragon has a lot of like family. Whoops. Oh, I say okay instead of
Oze.
Oze. Yeah, there were a lot of like family dynamics
Oze.
and relational stuff in Like a Dragon.
大勢。
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 Which we'll revisit again soon.
大勢。
I can't believe I'm saying that. Next February. Well, actually, even before next
大
February.
勢。
Because I have to complete the final
Oze.
2 runs of
大勢。
Like a Dragon
Oze.
Infinite Wealth in Chinese and Japanese.
大勢。
大勢。
It'll be after October. It's probably gonna be after October and November. Oh, it's gonna be in December.
大勢。
Yeah, it's gonna be after December. Or it's gonna be in December. Because I won't have much more time after
大
that.
勢。
I still have Cobalt Core. Do.
大勢。
And I guess I still have Shashinko.
大勢。
I think Shashinko DLC might be a thing
Oze.
now. At least
大勢
as I'm spying on the Discord. Hard to find people to have deep discussions. I don't imagine you have your one
大勢。
best friend is a very common chatting person.
大勢。
大勢。
When I get a chance to talk to like at least one of the guys,
大勢。
the conversation goes really long. Like it goes to the point where we have this comical
Oze.
thing where we keep talking. It's like, okay, one last thing. Then we have to go
Oze.
because they work. So they work. And I'm like, oh, all right. And then suddenly it's like, okay, one more last
大
thing.
勢。
Just one more last thing
Oze.
before you go. It just keeps going. And of course it's at their expense, not my expense since they work. And I don't.
白。
皆
Oh, okay. Ah, I didn't think of
Mina.
it that way either. Shiro is under Mina. Huh.
城
皆
Interesting. Good call.
いつか万800
800. Whoops, I said hachi. 800.
皆白
白い
皆白い
白い
い
3日
歌
歌
歌 Whoops.
白い目
目 Oh, I said 目
み
みな
白
皆
うん
カバン
カバン
10日
10日
白
色100100歳いや100歳
100歳
100歳100歳
皆
Maybe touch the next set.
Oh.
All set.
大勢
All set.
大勢
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 I had
大勢
I had a funny thought back to the double entendre
大勢
that you mentioned earlier about
大勢
you sit back and relax and she's got you. Sorry.
大勢
That one
大
was
勢
that one was some timing. Kekon. Kekon.
結婚
結婚
Oops. I knew that.
結婚
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 結婚結婚
結婚
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 結婚 結婚
That's a lot more compressed. Like a lot stalkier. Alright, maybe not. This is where we stop for the 15 minutes. Alright. I don't know. What is the new stuff? Oh, I have 3 new stuff, right? It was Onato. Otona. Otona and Yobu. Yobu and Danse. Those are our 3 new ones. We'll add these to all of this. We're good to go. Gotta. Oh, not much to say. We digressed for over 4 hours. plenty of things, you know, talking relationships. You know, this topic was about relationships. This unit's topic was about relationships. It kind of just spiraled into relationship stuff. It's always nice to talk about it. You know, indirectly, maybe some personal stories, but not have differing opinions, differing perspectives. Always nice to talk about something deeper. Oh wow. All right. So I'm gonna, you know, wrap this up here. Thanks for listening. Thanks for hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? Arigatou gozaimasu. Hey, if you stay for the conversation, that's cool. If you don't, hopefully everyone is having, you know, good support system, people they love around them, very supportive, maybe even participate in language learning. Who knows? So until next time, for the Japanese learners out there, mata ne, ya ne. I'm gonna get up, stretch, run to the bathroom really quickly, and I'll be back for our Chinese lesson. Thank you, thank you.